Chapter 487. Before Chiu Shan-jun, MOU was the youngest fusion star cultivator in the world. Of course, she had the right to show her disdain and ridicule the so-called Xiuxing geniuses. The divine queen glanced at her and said, "You really think Qin Changsheng is messing around?" MOU's fingers stiffened. Just like many important figures, she also secretly went to the gate of the Tradition Academy. Of course, those battles were nothing in her eyes, but she had to admit that the talent Chen Changsheng displayed through the swords of the new students of the Tradition Academy, no matter if it was her when he was the same age or the current her, she couldn't compare to him. This was the divine queen's question, so she couldn't lie. She lightly bit her lower lip and said, "I'm talking about Tang Tang. Everyone's eyes are on Qin Changsheng. They think Tang 36 is messing around." "Do you think so too?" Although the divine empress knew that she was speaking casually, she was still not satisfied with her view. She said, "Cheng Wu and the 2 archbishops have prepared for 3 months. Who knows how many contingency plans they have prepared? No matter how the Li Palace responds, they will always have a way to make the matter bigger. However, up until now, have you ever seen the Li Palace express its stance or take action?" Of course, MOU knew the intention of the Tianhai family and the 2 archbishops. Tianhai Chengwu said to Su Shiji that he wanted to take advantage of the situation and wait for Su Yurong to return to the capital. Of course, it wasn't the truth, at least not the whole truth. For such an important figure like him, the matter that he cooperated with the 2 archbishops couldn't be so petty. The Ivy schools challenging the Tradition Academy was only the prelude to a big event. MOU originally thought that the Pope would suppress this matter before it exploded. She didn't expect that the Pope would still keep silent. This surprised her. Now she was reminded by the Divine Queen. Only now did she understand why the Li Palace had never expressed its stance, why the matter of the Orthodox Academy had always been confined to the Orthodox Academy and not spread to the Li Palace as the Tianhai clan and the 2 Sacred Hall archbishops had planned at the very beginning, thus turning the all-school martial exhibition into a confrontation between the new and conservative factions of the Orthodoxy? Because of a very simple reason. The Tradition Academy took care of this matter itself. Qin Changsheng and Tang 36 simply did not need the Li Palace to express its stance, did not need the Pope to say anything, and had already beautifully completed this matter. When the Tianhai clan and the 2 archbishops of the Holy Church had decided to push for this matter, they had probably never thought that what they thought was just a formality would forever become a formality because of these 2 youngsters. That big event was just the beginning, and it seemed like it couldn't go any further. As long as the Orthodox Academy can hold on, the Pope will not speak. The Divine Empress walked to the side of the stage and gazed at the nearby Tradition Academy, which was gradually becoming brighter. She said, "Countless backup plans were all destroyed by Tang Tang alone. If the Pope had any thoughts towards Qin Changsheng, they were also destroyed by him. Do you still think he's just messing around?" MOU was speechless. She really didn't think that Tang 36, who seemed to be frivolous and useless, could actually see through the schemes of so many powerful figures. It really is the age of blooming wildflowers. The Divine Empress said, "Tang Tang is not bad, and Qin Changsheng is even better. If they are given enough time and opportunity, what do we need to worry about the future of the Zhou dynasty and humanity? If there was only one wildflower, and it bloomed alone on the cliff, how could it be called beautiful? Only when many wildflowers bloom together could it be called blooming, and only then could it be breathtakingly beautiful." Thinking about the changes in the past year, MOU had to admit that the reason why the Tradition Academy showed signs of revival so quickly, besides Qin Changsheng, the most important point was that Tang 36 left the Heavenly Academy and entered the Tradition Academy. If the Divine Empress' judgment was correct, Tang 36 seemingly messing around was actually a calm response. Then it could be said that the Tradition Academy needed people like him the most. She knew the situation when Qin Changsheng and Tang 36 first met. At that time, Tang 36 was a famous genius youngster, and Chen Changsheng was a little Taoist from the countryside that no one knew about. They met when they were applying for the Heavenly Academy, and it was Tang 36 who talked to Chen Changsheng first. Now that you think about it, you have to admit that this kind of meeting really had a taste of fate. What's the most amazing thing about the Wen Shui Tang family? It's not wealth, nor is it strategy, but insight. The Divine Empress gazed at the brightly lit Tradition Academy and said the Tang Old Master was the first person to see Su Li's ability, and in the following several hundred years, who dared to disrespect the Tang clan. Even the storms of the 8 directions were the same. Later on, the Tang clan withstood the pressure of the imperial court and had Wangpa serve as an accountant for 10 years, presumably in exchange for several more decades of peace. Now that Tang Tang and Chen Changsheng have this sort of friendship, if Chen Changsheng really does become pope, the position of the Wen Shui Tang clan will be even more unshakable. For some reason, MOU said, if that's the case, then Chen Changsheng is actually inferior to Tang Tang. Girls truly are outgoing. The Divine Empress gave her a meaningful glance. MOU felt somewhat wronged, but she didn't dare say anything. The Divine Empress said, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets has sent someone to see the sword. Since you know Chen Changsheng, you should bring him. Otherwise, with Chen Changsheng's personality, he really might not be able to see it. Different from the past year, different from the past 20 years, tonight the Tradition Academy was brightly lit. Even though it was very late, people could still be seen and sounds could be heard in the forest, by the lake, and by the fountains. Chen Changsheng was somewhat amused to this change. He shook his head and thought of the matter they talked about in the morning. He turned to Tang 36 and said, the story you told me 2 days ago wasn't correct. I never said that I would take first place of the first banner in the grand examination. At the time, Su Mou was on the Divine Avenue, so he should remember it very clearly. It was the Archbishop who said it. I don't understand why he would forget such an important matter. This means that in everyone's impression, you were the one who said it, so don't try to explain yourself. Tang 36 said, and I remember very clearly in the Plum Garden Inn, you personally said this to me. Because of these words, the two of them simultaneously recalled the scene of them treating each other to a meal in the inn. At that time, they had imitated the manners of adults and exchanged pleasantries. But now that they thought about it, it was a scene of immaturity. The two looked at each other and laughed. Not much time seemed to have passed, but too many things had already changed. 1 year ago, the Tradition Academy was still very cold and desolate. Although it had been cleaned and renovated by the Department of Traditional Education, other than the area he frequented, the other areas were still very cold. Especially at night, it was like a graveyard. 1 year later, the Orthodox Academy welcomed many new students brimming with vitality. The cold and cheerless night had long been driven away by the lights of the dormitories. In the library that was once only occupied by one person for a very long time, there were now many people borrowing the light to read. Many people saw these changes, and every time they thought about how Chen Changsheng and Tang 36 were able to make the Tradition Academy look so good at such a young age, they couldn't help but feel a little surprised and then praise them. But Chen Changsheng's thoughts weren't here. He looked at Tang 36 and asked, why did you do all this? Today is the wedding day of the fan clubs Feng Lianwan and Wanwan. I've already carefully admired their wedding photos. Their faces are full of happiness. I wish the young couple a happy wedding. Don't fight over washing dishes. Chapter 488. I said I will drown them. This is what I mean by drowning the 7 armies. At some point, the folding fan in Tang 36's hand had been replaced with a green apple. Holding the green apple, he pointed at the lights in the library and the silhouettes left behind by the new students. The Orthodox Academy has so many people. It won't be so easy for them to exhaust us to death. On the contrary, I can exhaust them to death. Chen Changsheng shook his head and said, I don't believe it. Tang 36 was silent for a while and said, "This is the beginning." Beginning? Chen Changsheng really didn't understand. Your beginning is also the beginning of the Tradition Academy. This place always needs to recruit students. Tang 36 looked at the academy in the night and said, "The Tradition Academy for one person sounds cool, but in reality, it's not the Tradition Academy. It's just you." Then it became 2 people, 3 people, 3 people for people. But it's not the Tradition Academy. Only now is the Tradition Academy. The night was getting late, but the lights were still bright. Qin Changxing followed his line of sight and murmured, "But what do we need so many people for?" "There is strength in numbers." Tang 36 looked at him and said, "Right now they are still very weak and very young, but what about in the future?" In the future? Chen Changsheng kind of understood, but he really didn't think about the future because he was used to looking at the people before the age of 20. But right now, looking at the Tradition Academy that was brightly lit, looking at the new students who were quietly reading by the window, looking at the back of the young boys and girls by the lake, he remembered the old scenes he imagined when he first entered the Tradition Academy. Those young boys and girls who used to study in this academy and look at the lake dozens of years ago. His face gradually showed a smile. He thought that no matter what would happen in the future, this was good. Didn't you see that the forest that had been silent for so many years seems to have woken up? Tang 36 said, "Don't forget, in the future you will be the Pope." The entire continent knew that Chen Changsheng would become the Pope in the future, but only he himself did not have any real feelings about this matter. He felt that it was too far away, and he had never thought that he was already the principal of the Orthodox Academy, only a few steps away from ascending to the limitless throne of Pope. His actual authority was naturally far inferior to Mao Qiuyu and Dao Siyuan, but purely in terms of the divine sequence, he was already completely equal to them. According to Archbishop Mei Lisha's words, the current Qin Changsheng only needed to bow to His Holiness. No one else needed to do so. Pope is not easy. Of course it's not easy. Tang 36 replied, "If His Holiness the Pope did not stand behind you, powerful figures like Dao Siyuan and Ling Haijiwang would be able to crush you with a single finger. In truth, I believe that the most important reason they so firmly stand with the Tianhai clan is because His Holiness the Pope has chosen you as his successor. If you want to become the Pope in the future, it will not be such a simple matter." Chen Changxing thought about the recent undercurrents within the heavenly orthodoxy, thought about the all-school martial exhibition proposal that was clearly aimed at the Orthodox Academy, and knew that Tang 36's conjecture was correct. Compared to Ling Haijiwang and the other true prefects of the Orthodoxy, besides the support of His Holiness the Pope and the legacy of Archbishop Mei Lisha, he had no foundation within the Orthodoxy. If he wanted to become the next Pope, he would inevitably have to endure countless problems and challenges in the years to come. How could he handle them? The Orthodox Academy is your foundation. In the next few decades, the teachers and students that walk out of this academy, whether they are willing or not, will all be regarded as your people. Tang 36 looked at him and said, "The Tianhai clan and those 2 archbishops definitely have many tricks up their sleeves. They might even want to use the matter of challenging the Orthodox Academy to directly challenge His Holiness the Pope. But now that we are directly pressuring them in front of the Orthodox Academy's gate, all the pressure will inevitably be borne by the Orthodox Academy alone. You must get used to this, because in the next few decades, you might face these problems at any time." Only after hearing these words did Chen Changxing realize how complicated this matter was. Ashamed, he said, "I really don't understand these things. In other words, it's fortunate that I didn't go to the Li Palace? Even if you go to the Li Palace and ask His Holiness for help, if his venerable self is sure that the Orthodox Academy can still hold on, he won't say anything." Tang 36 looked into his eyes and said, "Because His Holiness thinks the same as us. We hope that you can get used to this pressure as quickly as possible, and then mature as quickly as possible. These things are too complicated. Qin Changsheng sincerely said, "No matter how I think about it, I would never have thought of these things. How did you all manage to understand them? Peeling silk from cocoons and guessing at the hearts of people. These were the things that Demon, Military Advisor Black Robe, and Zhou Tong were most skilled at." Qin Changsheng had always felt that this was the most difficult thing in the world, countless times more difficult than the intellectual sword. Tang, 36, just happened to recall the sword that Su Li had taught Qin Changsheng and said, "You can even learn the intellectual sword. So how can you not understand these things? It's just that you're too lazy to think about them." Qin Changsheng shook his head. "I'm not trying to console you." Tang, 36, looked at him and said, "That day you said that I was very similar to Su Li. In truth, later on, I also thought that you were very similar to someone." Wang Pa. Qin Changsheng expectantly looked at him. "That frowning fellow, just how is he similar to you?" Tang, 36, said, "I'm talking about His Holiness the Pope." Qin Changsheng was a little startled by these words. He couldn't understand just how he was similar to the Pope. "When I was little, my grandfather told me that back then the Orthodoxy only had two successors, the Pope and your master. Whether in terms of cultivation talent or intelligence, the Pope could not compare to your master. Later on, the two of them went to study at the Heavenly Tao Academy and the Orthodox Academy, and the gap between them grew larger and larger. But after not even 10 years, His Holiness the Pope caught up. Because he was not as sociable as your master and had a close relationship with the imperial court, he only studied at the Heavenly Tao Academy and had no distracting thoughts. So his cultivation advanced very quickly." Tang, 36, said, "I said that you and His Holiness the Pope were very similar precisely because the two of you are extremely focused and treasure time." Qin Changsheng thought about it and said, "That does seem to be the case." Because of that shadow, he always lived very seriously, focused on Xiuxing and treasured time. But he didn't expect that His Holiness the Pope was also this kind of person. Tang, 36, looked at him and said, "Actually, I always wanted to know why you treasure time so much. In other words, you are always so anxious. What are you anxious about? What do you want to do?" Qin Changsheng was silent and didn't say anything. "It's fine if you don't want to say it. If you say it, it will probably sound crazy again. Just like when you said you wanted to get first place on the first banner in the Great Trial. You want to become the second Zhou Dufu?" Tang, 36, didn't wait for him to answer. He looked at him and smiled. "No matter what it is, it must be very interesting. In the future, I will watch you do it." Qin Changsheng thought about it and still didn't say thank you. He asked back, "What about you? What do you want to do? Why have you become so serious recently? Why do you want to help me?" Most of the time, the question, "Why do you want to help me?" could easily make the atmosphere turn bad. But he and Tang, 36, were already very close. He didn't care, and Tang, 36, was the same. "Before I came to the capital, I never thought about what I wanted to do in the future." Tang, 36, walked under the big banyan tree and looked at the dots of starlight on the lake. He paused for a while and said, "Or in other words, what I want to do in the future has already been decided, so I don't need to think about it." Qin Changsheng stood next to him and glanced at him. He found that his expression was extremely calm, which was very rare. When the proclamation of Azure Cloud was updated, "Do you still remember Elder Tianji's comment? He said that I was lazy, otherwise I would have entered the top 10 of the proclamation of Azure Cloud." "Yes, I remember it very clearly. That's why when I saw your appearance outside the Mausoleum of Books that day, I really didn't expect it. Lazy means I don't want to do anything, because ever since I was young, I really didn't need to do anything." The night wind gradually died down, and the surface of the lake gradually became flat. The starlight that fell on the water also gradually became clearer. Tang, 36, looked in that direction and said, "No matter who becomes the emperor or who becomes the pope, as long as humans are not enslaved by the demons, my family can live very well. And I am destined to become the master of the Tang family." I don't need to do anything, and I can live a life of wealth and power. I will live in the most luxurious manner in the world. I will marry the most virtuous and quiet wife. I will drink the most expensive wine, ride the fiercest horses, organize the best theatrical troupes. And the people who come and go are the most powerful people in the world. Since all of this has already been decided, why should I still work hard? Qin Changxing thought about it and asked, then what about cultivation? Tang 36 said, Elder Tianji said that if I work hard, I can enter the top 10 of the proclamation of Azure Cloud, but that's still not as good as Su Yurong, Zhixiu, and you. Qin Changsheng remembered. Other than in the Plum Garden Inn, he had also mentioned this matter. At that time, the words Tang 36 used were, that woman who makes people speechless and that wolf cub. He looked at Tang 36 and explained, being able to enter the top 10 of the proclamation of Azure Cloud is already very good. Indeed, it is good, but it's still not as good as you freaks. Even if it's just a little bit, it's still not enough. Tang 36 paused and said, if I can't do my best, then what's the point? Qin Changxing didn't know how to respond and asked, then why aren't you lazy now? Tang 36 said, Elder Tianji said in the proclamation of Azure Cloud that it's because I met with fortune. What fortune? How come I don't know about it? Idiot, doesn't this mean that I met you? What about me? Qin Changxing really didn't think that there was anything special about himself. But just like what Tang 36 said a few days ago, being a genius but not knowing it was really something that made people in the same field angry and depressed. He looked at Qin Changxing and shook his head. I have never seen someone like you. People like you are probably even rarer than pure white unicorns in the world, because you live too seriously, too righteously. Although I still don't know what you are pursuing, that feeling is very interesting. Chapter 489. After coming to the capital from Xining village, the most important thing Qin Changsheng experienced was not going to the divine general of the East's mansion to break off the engagement, nor was it meeting the distressed Luo Luo in the Tradition Academy, nor was it even meeting the Black Dragon in the depths of the Tong Palace. Although these two encounters had changed his fate to some extent, the one that truly affected his life was the meal in the Plum Garden Inn. When he met Tang 36, he realized that the young should be frivolous and not be like him and Senior Yurin. They were clearly still very young, but lived like elders who had attained the Tao for many years. Only then did he realize that there were some things in the world that should be fought for, and those that should be given up should be given up. In other words, he learned from Tang 36 how to live a more relaxed life. Correspondingly, from Wenshui to the capital, the most important thing for Tang 36 was meeting Qin Changsheng. He learned many things from Qin Changsheng. Their temperaments were congenial, but it was not to say that they were completely the same. In fact, they were the exact opposite. One was active while the other was calm. One was like water while the other was like fire. When they worked together, they truly displayed strength that far exceeded their age. More importantly, if Qin Changsheng and Tang 36 didn't meet, then the Ivy Festival might not have developed like that. The ending of the great trial might have changed greatly. The Tradition Academy definitely wouldn't have reopened its doors and recruited new students. Qin Changsheng couldn't handle the pressure from the family of Tianhai and the new faction of the tradition. Then the whole story would have gone in a completely different direction. It could even be said that history would have changed. From this point of view, the meeting in the Heavenly Academy between Qin Changsheng, who was still a little Taoist from the countryside, and Tang 36, who just came to the capital, was extremely important. Maybe you did it on purpose. Maybe you did it on purpose. Anyways, it wasn't on purpose. Tang 36 looked at his eyes and continued, You never thought that I am the same as Princess Luo Luo. I also carry a heavy responsibility. Qin Changsheng thought that Luo Luo shouldered the heavy responsibility of the Yao race and shouldn't bear the pressure of the conflict between the two forces of the human world. Therefore, he didn't let her return to the Tradition Academy and even intentionally reduced the number of times he met her. But he didn't think that Tang 36 was the successor of the family of Wen Shui. He did so many things in the capital. In the eyes of some people, it was probably the intention of the old master of the Tang family. Hearing Tang 36's words, he finally understood. He felt apologetic and wanted to say something. Tang 36 raised his right hand and gestured for him to stop talking nonsense. But it doesn't matter because I'm not an adult yet, so I don't have to worry about these things for now. You just asked me what I want to do and why I want to help you. You're wrong. I'm not helping you, I'm helping myself, because I'm also a student of the Tradition Academy. This place doesn't belong to you. Qin Changsheng. What do I want to do? Before I return to Wenshui to inherit the clan, I don't want to think about the livelihood of hundreds of thousands of people. Don't want to think about the continuation of the clan for 1,000 generations. I don't want to write about those heavy problems. I just want to play to my heart's content for myself, for us. Tang 36 looked at Chen Changsheng and said, "A few days ago, I told you here that young people should live like young people, laugh when they should, scold when they should, scold when they should, and why didn't Xian Yuan smash the tree today? Are the pastries of Clear Lake Restaurant that delicious? Anyways, when you become the strongest person in the world in the future, when people mention me, besides my identity as the head of the Tang family, they will also mention that several hundred years ago, you and I made the Tradition Academy stand up again in the capital. Then I will feel very happy." He was fated to be the head of the Wen Shui Tang family, the richest person on the continent. This didn't need to struggle, didn't need to work hard. Therefore, he cared more about the future of the Tradition Academy, because it wasn't the legacy of his ancestors, but the career they had built with their own 2 hands. All young people liked to talk about struggle, but not all young people understood this principle. I will work hard. Chen Changxing thought about it, then said, "Because of certain reasons, I will work hard to become the strongest person in the world. So this is something that I can do in passing." Tang 36 said, "You used the word in passing very well. I really admire it. It seems indifferent and especially uncaring. In the future, when you truly become the strongest person in the world, don't forget this word." Qin Changsheng said, "I will remember." Tang 36 extended his hand and said, "Deal." Qin Changsheng had never made this sort of bow before. He somewhat clumsily imitated Tang 36 and extended his hand. Tang 36 very casually shook his hand and then let go. "Let's go." The Bureau of Ecclesiastic Education just sent a message saying that the Heavenly Academy has guests. We have to prepare. You're the principal, so this sort of thing is naturally for you to do. I can't be bothered with it. Let me stay a little longer. Tang 36 walked to the great banyan tree by the lake and said, "In the past, you and Princess Luoluo always dominated this tree. Now it's time for me to enjoy it." Chen Changsheng said nothing more and turned to leave. After a while, he heard a voice from the great banyan tree. Turning his head, he saw that Tang 36 was already standing on the tree's arm. The starlight spilling down from the night sky enveloped the great banyan tree, plating his clothes with a faint layer of starlight. From a distance, he seemed like a very beautiful little silver man. The plans of the Tianhai clan and the Orthodoxy's new faction had encountered a completely unexpected setback. No one could understand whether this was a plot or a farce. While Chen Changsheng and Tang 36 seemed to be fooling around, but were actually rather tenacious in their resistance. This offensive that had begun with the all-school martial exhibition had not even had the time to turn into a tempest before it was forced to a temporary halt. After Su Mo Yu had taught a lesson to that servant from the B clan called Yi Xingqing, Bi Tianqin probably knew that this was a warning from his father. Even after the match ended, he did not appear again. The Orthodox Academy welcomed a temporary peace, and then it quickly welcomed its first group of guests. In the early morning, the weather was still not too hot. The main gate of the Orthodox Academy was completely open, and the priests of the Li Palace were waiting outside. The new students that had just finished their breakfast or had already begun their morning studies curiously looked over. A piece of news was beginning to spread. The faces of the students revealed excited and nervous expressions as they walked to the gate and curiously peered out. In a short while, 2 carriages stopped in front of the gate. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard that had opened the path took over with the Orthodoxy cavalry. Palace maids walked up to the 2 carriages and respectfully helped the people in the carriages down. The visitors to the Orthodox Academy were MOU and an old man. The weekend is too relaxing. Today, I'm planning on resting, the first day of this month. Of course, resting means that I won't be writing today, but that doesn't mean that I won't be updating. This is updating. There's still one more chapter in the evening. Now that I have a draft, my life has truly become completely different. I wish everyone a pleasant weekend like mine. Chapter 490. Seeing that it really was Lady MOU, the freshmen of the Tradition Academy were extremely nervous and excited. Those standing at the back kept tiptoeing, trying to get a better look at this legendary figure. As for the youngsters standing at the front of the crowd, they were so shocked by her beauty that they didn't dare to raise their heads, only daring to stare at the tips of their feet. The students knew that the Pope and the Divine Queen were no longer as close as they were in the past. The Tradition Academy was the front line between the 2 powers, but they still couldn't suppress their excitement. It must be known that MOU was the most famous beauty of the Zhou dynasty, as well as the most famous talented woman. She was also an extremely powerful and important person. Even the Princess of Ping State could not compare to her in the hearts of the people. Only Su Yu Rong, who had gone to the Holy Maiden Peak many years ago to cultivate, could be compared to her. As for the old man who came with MOU to the Tradition Academy, he had the emblem of the Pavilion of Divine Ordnance on his clothes. He should be someone in charge of the Pavilion of Divine Ordnance. But why did the people from the Pavilion of Divine Ordnance come to the Tradition Academy? Why did Lady MOU come with them? The students couldn't find the answer to their questions because Chen Changsheng and Tang 36 quickly arrived at the field. Tang 36 had slept a bit late last night. He had thought that since the battle had finally come to an end, he could take advantage of the cool morning to have a good sleep. Who would have thought that he would have to wake up again? He was already in a bad mood, and when he saw the students looking at MOU with such infatuation, he felt very embarrassed. He said angrily, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Although a beauty could entertain the eyes, it couldn't replace the rules of the Tradition Academy. The rules of the Tradition Academy were Tang 36 words. The students were helpless. They shook their heads and left. But the speed at which they left was so slow that it made people's hair stand on end. Qin Changxing knew that MOU's personality wasn't as calm as she appeared in front of him. Lady MO, who could manage the state affairs for the Divine Queen, was known for her coldness and toughness. Hearing Tang 36 casual words, he was worried that MOU would be unhappy and use this as an excuse to attack him. He turned around and saw that MOU didn't mind at all and smiled. "I thought you would be angry." He glanced at the old man from the Pavilion of Divine Ordnance and whispered to MOU. MOU rolled her eyes at him and said, "What's there to be angry about? You don't usually call me that." Her voice was also very soft, so she believed that neither Tang 36 nor the old man from the Pavilion of Divination could hear their conversation. Since they were here to inspect the Tradition Academy on behalf of the government, then they had to inspect it. Chen Changsheng and Tang 36 accompanied her to walk around the academy and talked casually. "Does your sister still like tinfoil puzzles?" MOU looked at Tang 36 and asked. Tang 36 said, "When I left last year, she didn't play anymore. Now she likes to build wooden houses, the kind that's this big." He gestured with his hands and said, "The house didn't look very big, but if you wanted it to be stable, you had to get a special table. In the end, in order to put that table, the family had to build a building just for her." MOU smiled and said, this is also your home. Tang 36 said, if my house was half as big as the royal palace, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Mou smiled and said, it's not like I haven't been to Winshui before. If your family's ancestral home and those manors by the stream were put together, it would be half as big as the royal palace. Even the royal palace wouldn't be that big. Qin Changxing didn't hear any hidden meaning in this conversation. He was currently in shock. Back at the Ivy League gathering, he didn't see Mou and Tang 36 interact. Only today did he know that they were old friends. As the saying goes, power and nobility are truly difficult to separate. I've known his second sister since we were children. Mou guessed at what he was thinking and smiled. But the last time I went with the Empress to Winshui, he was only 3 years old. He was like a mud monkey. Who could have thought that he'd become so successful now? Even Qin Changsheng, who was rather slow in this aspect, could hear the meaning behind it. Tang 36 naturally heard it even more clearly, but he had to pretend that he didn't understand. Mou was not a second generation like Bitianxin. She was Grand Lady Mou, and the divine empress behind her was even more terrifying than Bianhong and Wuqiong by combined. A scion of a noble clan like Tang 36 naturally knew when to be arrogant and when to be low-key. Qin Changsheng was somewhat unaccustomed to his behavior because he still had no idea what Mou's status in the great Zhou dynasty was. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on him. It could only be said that Mou's behavior in front of him was far too unlike Mou's. They arrived at the lakeside of the separate garden. It was very quiet and secluded, and the walls blocked off the scorching gazes of those distant young students. Mou formally introduced, "This is the head manager of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets." Chen Changsheng and Tang 36 bowed to this head manager as juniors. One was the successor to the orthodoxy, while the other was the successor to the Winshui Tangs, but they were still young. Crucially, this was the head manager of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, not some ordinary head manager. They did not dare to look down on the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, and Qin Changsheng and Tang 36 had an extremely good impression of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets and the Elder of Heavenly Secrets. They had not forgotten the evaluation and expectations the Elder of Heavenly Secrets had for the Orthodox Academy when the proclamation of Azure Sky was updated. The head manager did not dare to be negligent and solemnly returned the bow. He then looked at third young Master Tang and smiled. "Recently, I have enjoyed working with young Master Tang. I hope we can continue working together in the future." This was obviously referring to the business of the Ivy League challenging the Orthodox Academy and the two sides working together to win money. Tang 36 modestly said, "Not at all. It was mainly because of Chen Changsheng's good cooperation." The head manager laughed loudly and looked at Chen Changsheng. Principal Chen's four-sword moves have been enthusiastically discussed by the pavilion's guardians for many days. They all say that your sword cultivation is truly unfathomable. Qin Changsheng was not a businessman after all. He was not as thick-skinned as Tang 36 and this head manager, so he felt a little awkward after hearing this. Mou glanced at him and did not say anything, but he felt that her gaze carried a very strong sense of ridicule. The reason for this head manager's visit was already very clear yesterday when the education board sent a message to the palace. Xian Yuan had already let the students leave the library and empty the place. Qin Changsheng untied the short sword and handed it to the head manager with both hands. After the head manager took the sword, he was not in a hurry to unsheath it. His gaze rested on the sheath and did not move away for a very long time. Qin Changsheng instantly became nervous. Although his master and the Pope had both said that no one could forcefully open the sheath, when he thought of the several thousand famous swords in the sheath, the wealth that had always been hidden, that not even Tang 36 had mentioned, and even more importantly, the image of the black monolith, he could not help but be nervous. Chapter 491. After an unknown amount of time had passed, in Qin Changsheng's opinion, It had been a very, very long time. The head manager of the Pavilion of Divine Ordnance finally shifted his gaze away from the scabbard and smiled at him. Chen Chongqing didn't know if there was any deeper meaning to this, but he could only hope that there wasn't. The head manager's hand lightly caressed the sheath and sighed ruefully, "A good item." Tang 36 naturally knew that this sheath was a good item. Any spatial artifact could become the cornerstone treasure of an ordinary sect. Chen Chongqing's sheath had once poured out a mountain of swords in the library, and it might not have been all that was inside. From this, one could imagine how enormous the space inside was. On the continent, whether it was to appraise a cultivator or a magical artifact, the Pavilion of Divination was undoubtedly the best choice. Otherwise, those famous rankings would not have so much credibility. Tang 36 knew that this head manager had come to see the stainless sword, but he didn't want to miss the chance to evaluate the sheath. He probingly asked, "How good is it?" The head manager solemnly said, "Extremely good." Hearing this, Chen Chongsheng almost laughed out loud. His nervousness was slightly relieved. Tang 36, on the other hand, was very depressed. He thought that the shamelessness of this head manager's words really could compete with his own. He angrily said, "Is it good enough to be recorded on the tier of legendary weapons?" He had originally said these words in a fit of pique, but unexpectedly the head manager's face turned solemn upon hearing this. After seriously thinking it over, he shook his head. Tang 36 was somewhat proud, but also somewhat disappointed. But at this moment, the head manager added, "I remember that this sheath has always been on the tier of legendary weapons, so there's naturally no need to record it." The library became very quiet. Tang 36 glanced at Chen Chongqing. Mo glanced at the sheath. Chen Chongqing didn't know where he should look. "This is the vault sheath." The head manager's fingers lightly tapped the sheath. Hearing the heavy but not muffled sound of the sheath, he sighed ruefully. "It's also been 20-some years since I've seen it." Although Mo had some guesses about this, her expression still changed. She asked, "This is the vault sheath from the Li Palace?" The head manager did not immediately answer, but solemnly unsheathed the dagger from the sheath. Looking at the dagger, he slowly said, "If it wasn't the vault sheath, how could it contain this peerlessly sharp sword?" Many times one could hear the evaluation of peerlessly sharp, but if this evaluation came from the strict Pavilion of Divination, then it was extremely unusual. This meant that the sharpness of Chen Chongqing's dagger was truly peerless. Solely in sharpness, the Pavilion of Divination did not believe that there was any divine weapon in the world that could surpass it. This short sword looked very ordinary. Chen Chongsheng had never carefully maintained it, to the point where he rarely even wiped it, but it could be clearly seen that the blade of the short sword didn't have any dirt, not even a speck of dust. This sword had killed many people in Chen Chongsheng's hands and had been stained with blood, but no blood could be seen. The sword's name is Stainless. It really is stainless, the shopkeeper lamented. This dagger was too sharp, so its blade was incomparably smooth. This way, it could pass through thousands of flowers without being stained by their fragrance, enter the secular world without stirring up the mortal world, and break through all living things without disturbing them. This dagger was too sharp, so the blade was extremely smooth. It could pass through 10,000 flowers without touching it, enter the mortal world without disturbing it, break through all things without disturbing them. In order to make a sword so sharp, apart from the extremely high level of forging, the most important factor was the material of the sword itself. To make a dagger so sharp, apart from extremely high forging skills, the most important factor was the material of the dagger itself. Chen Chongsheng shook his head. He really didn't know what material this short sword was made of. Then he, Mo and Tang 36 all looked at the shopkeeper. Chen Chongsheng shook his head. He really did not know what material this dagger was made of. Then he, Mo and Tang 36 all looked at the head manager. The head manager shook his head and said in a slightly cold voice, "This matter cannot be spoken of." Otherwise, thunder will strike from the 9 heavens, and the life of the person who speaks the truth and the sword wielder will be in great danger. After viewing the sword, the head shopkeeper first left the Orthodox Academy, saying that he had to make preparations for the tier of legendary weapons to be changed again after so many years. Mo did not leave. She looked at Qin Chongqing and said, "The vault sheath is a treasure of the Li Palace. It was stolen by your master. It doesn't seem appropriate for you to keep it with you." Qin Chongqing thought before today only the Pope had seen the origin of the sheath. As long as you don't tell everyone, what's wrong with it? First of all, my master was once the principal of the Tradition Academy, the senior of the Pope, and a legitimate successor of the Orthodoxy. Even if it's a division of the family property, he has the right to take something from the Li Palace. He continued, "Secondly, if you think it's inappropriate, I can go to the Li Palace today and return it to the Pope, and then ask him to return it to me. But don't you think it's unnecessary?" Mo looked at him like he was a stranger. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Today your words are sharper than your sword. This is not like you." Qin Chongqing said, "Maybe it's because I've been sharpening swords a lot lately." Mo knew that he was speaking of the matters that had taken place in front of the Orthodox Academy's gate. After looking at him for a while, she said, "Correct. You truly are much stronger than you were a few days ago." Continuously battling against experts at the initial stage of star condensation, and then instructing the freshmen to battle against opponents whose strength far surpassed theirs, Qin Chongqing's words were not wrong. This process was rather arduous. It was like using countless large rocks, small rocks, round rocks, and square rocks to sharpen one sword. As long as the sword was not broken, it would inevitably become sharper and sharper. From the mausoleum of books to the garden of Zhou, from Xuanyang City to the capital, all the good fortune and comprehensions he had encountered in this period of time had been incessantly hammered and burned. All the impurities had been squeezed out or burned into smoke and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only the essence. In the end, it had completely become his own strength and cultivation, never to be lost again. The current Qin Chongqing had truly gotten much stronger. If he were to fight with divine General Shui, he, and Liang Hongzhuang, he would probably have a chance at victory. But none of this has any meaning. Mo calmly smiled at him. "Because she's about to return." "Everyone is telling me that she's about to return," Qin Chongqing very seriously said. "But in truth, I also believe that this doesn't have any meaning." Mo said, "You are the future Pope, and she will become the Holy Maiden. If you lose to her, what sort of voices do you think will be heard within the Orthodoxy?" This matter involved the conflict between the north and south of the Orthodoxy that had lasted for 1,000 years. Although Su Yurong had been born in the capital, and the conflict between the two sides had not been as intense as it had been in the past, Qin Chongqing knew that Mo was not exaggerating. After a long period of silence, he asked with complex emotions, "Must we fight?" But all of this was useless. Just now, when he was writing those 2 meaningless sentences, he had almost written them like this. Chapter 492. Mo looked at him and said carelessly, "In the end, it's up to you to decide. In my opinion, it's best if you win her. I don't like her anyway." Qin Chongqing didn't understand and asked, "I remember you said you were good friends with her." "It's easy for friends to dislike each other." Mo turned around and walked out of the library. When Qin Chongqing and Mo were talking, Tang 36 kept silent until her figure disappeared outside of the library. Then he walked in front of Qin Chongqing and stared at his eyes without saying a word. "You look scary like this," Qin Chongqing said. Tang 36 stared at his eyes and said, "They say the eyes are the window to the soul. I really want to see how many things you are hiding from us." "What am I hiding from you? How come I don't know? When did you become so close with Lady Mo?" Qin Chongqing didn't know how to explain. They belonged to different factions, but they had contact in private. But this was a small matter. The key was that he really couldn't tell MOU why he knew her. No matter how powerful MOU was, she was still a beautiful girl. Her reputation was important. He couldn't tell the world that Lady MOU, who was like a goddess in everyone's eyes, would climb into his bed and sleep whenever she had nothing to do. Chin Chong Sheng, you're good. Tang 36 sighed. The scabbard is the divine weapon of Li Palace. The sword is also going to be a famous weapon on the tier of legendary weapons. Your fiancé is Su Yurong, your female student is Luo Luo, and now you're having an affair with Lady Mo, who all the men in Zhou Dynasty like. Chin Chong Sheng said seriously, you have to make it clear. I haven't even touched her hand. Tang 36's expression clearly didn't believe him, but then he became serious. He looked at him and said seriously, stay away from her. Chin Chong Sheng understood his meaning and nodded. Tang 36 said, remember my words. This woman isn't simple and she's cold. Even if you want to do business, don't choose her. Chin Chong Sheng thought of MOU who imprisoned him in Tong Palace and nodded again. Then he thought of the black dragon deep in Tong Palace. He realized that because he was too busy recently, he didn't go to New North Bridge. I have something to do tonight, he said to Tang 36. Tang 36 looked at him and sneered. See, this is another secret. Chin Chong Sheng smiled and didn't say anything. Tang 36 walked out of the library side by side with him and suddenly said, I won't blame you for that anymore. Chin Chong Sheng was confused. He looked at him and asked, what is it? Last year at the inn, I wanted to take your sword, but you didn't let me. I've always been very unhappy about that. Now that I think about it, when we first met, it was reasonable for you to be cautious. The manager of the Pavilion of Divine Ordnance had just confirmed the value of Chin Chong Sheng's sword. Tang 36 asked himself if he was in Chin Chong Sheng's shoes. He would also view this sword as a treasure and not easily look at others. Chin Chong Sheng was startled for a moment before remembering this old matter. He shook his head and said, you're too vengeful. Tang 36's sword-like eyebrows twitched. You know that the demons can see fewer stars than us, right? This was something recorded in the Book of Tao. Not long ago, Chin Chong Sheng had just returned from the snowy plains of the demon domain. Of course, he was very clear about it. He nodded. At night, our sky is filled with stars, but their side is different. Some places are densely packed with stars, and some places are very sparse. Stars that are close to each other can form a picture. I know. Nank's Southern Cross sword was created from the 2 star rivers in their night sky. The Star River is very wide. What we're going to talk about is the matter in the middle of the Star River. What matter? The demons will combine the different shapes of the stars into constellations. Beings born on different days belong to different constellations and have their own characteristics. And then, if I'm on the side of the demons, according to my date of birth, I should be a Scorpio. Chin Chong Sheng stopped. He remembered that the scripture of Wei did have records about this, but he didn't understand why Tang 36 suddenly mentioned this matter. It should be known that the demons and humans had different cultural backgrounds. In their respective territories, the totems or things that the other side worshipped would become taboo. Right? That manager of the Pavilion of Divine Ordnance. He stopped in confusion because he realized that he had forgotten what the manager looked like. He had only been observing the sword for a few moments, and his memory had always been good. How could he forget the appearance of the person he had just met? Tang 36 did not hear him continue asking about the constellations. Just as he was feeling somewhat dissatisfied, he couldn't help but be startled by his words, because he realized that he had also forgotten what the manager looked like. Moreover, as his memories continued, the events that had occurred in that period of time became more and more insignificant. Not everything was fading, but the manager. He even had a feeling that he, Chin Chong Sheng, and MOU had been the only people who had been observing the sword in the library. Chin Chong Sheng and he glanced at each other, seeing the unease and fear in each other's eyes. was the manager of the Pavilion of Divine Ordnance. So formidable. Just who was this manager? Who was he? After the manager left the Orthodox Academy, he did not wait for a moyu, but went straight to the imperial palace. The one to receive him at the palace gate was that elderly chief eunuch. The chief eunuch's face carried a faint arrogance. Whether it was the leader of the imperial guards or the other eunuchs who respectfully bowed, they would only use their noses to give a light hum. Naturally, they would not speak to the manager. No one noticed that in the quiet and secluded depths of the palace, the cold arrogance on the chief eunuch's face had completely disappeared. He whispered to the manager, his demeanor even seeming somewhat humble. On this continent, the number of people that had the qualifications to make this chief eunuch act so humble could not exceed 10. In the secular world, the manager of the Pavilion of Divine Ordnance was naturally an important figure, but he would definitely not be ranked among these 10. So the truth was very simple. This old man was not the manager of the Pavilion of Divine Ordnance, even though he truly did come from the Pavilion of Divine Ordnance. In a remote palace hall, the divine empress met with this old man. Even she displayed great respect for this old man, inviting him to sit first before sitting down herself. The identity of this old man was already on the verge of being revealed. This conversation very quickly concluded, because the divine empress and this old man from the Pavilion of Divine Ordnance had only exchanged 3 sentences. 2 of these sentences had been said by this old man. His surname is Chin. I can't tell how old he is. After hearing these 2 sentences, the divine empress fell silent for a very long time. Then she turned to the old man and calmly said, "You've worked hard. Mount Langya scenery is not bad. In the future, if there's a chance, I will go as a guest." The old man nodded, rose, and left the imperial palace. At this time, the hot tea on the table had just been served, still steaming. The divine empress gazed at the white steam rising from the teacup, lost in thought. Mount Langya was a famed mountain by the western sea. It had a circumference of several hundred li, and its scenery was serene and beautiful. It was said that when the weather was at its best, one could faintly see the great western continent's white deer horn from its highest peak. This famed mountain had once belonged to the south and had also been occupied by the great western continent. In the last 200 years, it had become part of the Great Zhou, but it had not received the recognition of all the powers, so it was nominally ownerless. The divine empress had previously said that if there was a chance, she would go to Mount Langya as a guest. Her meaning was that from today onwards, the Great Zhou would no longer be the master of Mount Langya. Mount Langya had changed masters today. This famed mountain by the sea was the price she had paid to invite this old man to the capital. For this, the old man only needed a glance. Of course, he did not look at the sword, but at the person. Even if the stainless sword was a divine weapon and would enter the tier of legendary weapons, it was not worth Mount Langya. What was truly worth this price was Chan Chongsheng. The divine empress looked at the gradually dissipating white steam and thought of the 2 sentences the old man had left behind. She said nothing. Qin Chongsheng was obviously surnamed Qin. The old man had said that he was surnamed Qin, meaning that he was of the Chun imperial family. Many people knew that Chan Chongsheng was 16 this year. The old man said that he could not see his age, which meant that he might not even be 16, or his real age might be even older. The divine empress stood up and walked out of the hall. Her sleeves fluttered, and the steam rising from the tea on the table instantly disappeared without a trace. The tea in the bowl had turned into ice. Walking out of the hall, she held her hands behind her back and looked at the small pond in front of her with some pride. But it was unknown what she had thought of. The water in the pond was very green and very quiet. As the night wind blew, fine lines appeared on the surface. She stood by the pond for a very long time, from early morning to dusk, and then night fell. The water in a certain part of the pond suddenly began to surge, as if something was about to emerge. Chapter 493. Nights at New North Bridge were similar to summer nights in other parts of the capital, filled with the stifling heat of summer. The grassy plains were filled with people incessantly waving their palm leaf fans. Many of them would have an ice pack in their other hand that wasn't holding onto the handle of their fan. Chun Chong-sheng waited for a very long time before finding a suitable opportunity to descend from the tree to the well's edge and jump in. It was still that familiar feeling of landing. It was still that bone-chilling cold. The scorching heat on the surface was nowhere to be found in this underground space. The thick layer of snow and frost on the ground indicated that this place would always be a cruel winter. Seeing the black dragon slowly float over like a mountain, although he had seen the sea many times before, Chin Chong Sheng still found it hard to control his emotions, his heart trembling. The black dragon floated in the air in front of him. Looking down at him from above, the emotion in its eyes was very cold. Only he could clearly see that the deepest part of its eyes hid a hint of impatience and resentment. After returning to the capital from Sinyang City, he had come to see the Black Dragon once. But recently, due to the pressure on Orthodox Academy, he had been too busy and had no way of leaving. The wound on the Black Dragon's brow should have gradually healed, at least from the surface. It didn't seem to be a problem. Chun Chong-sheng took out the roasted chicken and lamb he had prepared as usual, then cleaned up the rubbish on the ground. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden gust of cold wind blew over. This was the Black Dragon's dragon breath. It contained a frightening might and cold. No matter how powerful one's divine soul was, it could be scattered by this cold dragon breath. The legendary Golden Dragon's dragon breath could directly melt metal. Chin Chong-sheng had never seen it, but at this moment he was very sure that the dragon breath of a black frost dragon of the same level could definitely freeze metal into fragments, because he was currently frozen, the cold piercing to the bone, incomparably painful. After a while he struggled to break out of the ice, his fear still lingering. He said, "In the future, don't make this kind of joke." He didn't know that his body had once been soaked in the black dragon's true dragon blood. Otherwise, the dragon breath would have frozen him to death. That was no joke. The black dragon's huge eyes flashed to the hint of happiness. The underground space echoed with its squeaky laughter. Chin Chong-sheng was already used to the black dragon's strange laughter. He told it about the recent events of Orthodox Academy, and also explained why he hadn't come for a long time. The black dragon slowly landed on the ground in front of him, blocking the radiance of the thousands of night pearls in the dome. Chun Chong-sheng stood in the shadows and looked at it for a long time. He decided that he would get an answer today. Back then, he had risked his life for the first time in meditative introspection and was about to die. In the end, when he finally woke up, he was lying on the bed of the Orthodox Academy. Not only was he completely unharmed, he had even obtained an unimaginable strength and speed. He knew that this definitely had something to do with the Black Dragon. He had asked the Black Dragon several times, but the Black Dragon had never directly answered his question. Hearing his question, perhaps sensing his determination today, the Black Dragon did not humiliate him with disregard or dragon breath like it did in the past. Instead, it remained silent for a very long time. "Are you sure you want to know the answer?" The Black Dragon spoke in human language. This wasn't the first time Chin Chong-sheng had heard the Black Dragon speak with a human's voice. At the start, he didn't understand why the Black Dragon's voice sounded like that of a hot-tempered and easily angered little girl. Later on, he realized that although the Black Dragon had been imprisoned underground by Wang Jise for several hundred years, in comparison to the long lifespan of the dragon race, it was still in its puberty phase. It couldn't be considered a young dragon, but it could be considered a young female dragon? Chun Chong-sheng said, "I want to know the answer." The Black Dragon fell silent again for a very long time, then described what had happened back then. Only then did Chun Chong-sheng realize how lucky he had been. After a very long time, he looked at the Black Dragon and said, "How should I thank you, sir?" Ever since his journey to the Garden of Zhou, He very rarely addressed the black dragon respectfully, but at this moment his mind was rather uneasy, filled with lingering fear and gratitude towards the black dragon. So he very respectfully used the word sir. However, the black dragon clearly did not want to hear this word. A hint of embarrassment appeared in the depths of its enormous eyes. Then, the black dragon seemed to think of something, and that hint of embarrassment turned into a hint of anger. If Chen Changsheng had been a little more sensitive in certain aspects, perhaps he would have seen a hint of embarrassment. All the meaning in the depths of the black dragon's eyes ultimately transformed into a fiendish intent. You've obtained my first blood, and you're asking me how to thank you. The underground world instantly became incomparably cold. The layer of snow on the ground was jolted into the air, and snowflakes floated down from the sky. Everywhere was a dense white. A dragon's cry fell directly into Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness. It was her voice. This time, she used dragon language. Her voice was very soft, very clear. Her emotions were very cold, very intense. Chen Changsheng almost fainted from the shock. Thinking back to the dragon's cry he had just heard, he realized that it was the black dragon speaking to him. Dragon language was the world's most complex, but also the simplest language. A single dragon's cry was a single syllable, but within it were countless tones. It could mean one thing, or it could be a large essay. When Chen Changsheng was very young, he had come into contact with dragon language when he read the last scripture. After coming to the capital, he had also studied with the black dragon for a period of time, but at this moment he didn't completely understand it. He could faintly understand some parts of the black dragon's cry. Blood, oh, I promise, oath, heartless, shame, unworthy, death, warehouse water, fat time. What did this mean? He was somewhat at a loss, especially the word heartless that resounded in his mind. It made him wonder if he had really heard it, if he had really learned dragon language. Just what do you want me to do? He brushed off the snow on his body, walked up to the black dragon, and raised his head. The black dragon looked down at him, its emotionless eyes gradually revealing a tinge of sadness and grievance. Perhaps because it didn't want Chen Changsheng to see it, or perhaps because it was truly rather tired, it closed its eyes. The wind and snow in the underground space also ceased. Chen Changsheng looked at it and said thank you. He spoke very sincerely, but the black dragon did not open its eyes. Just as he had said in the Garden of Zhou and in the snowy mountains, it felt that when he had said those two words, he had not meant them. In truth, Chen Changsheng had seen the sadness and grievance in the dragon's eyes before it closed. He did not associate it with himself. Instead, he thought that in the eyes of humans and demi-humans, the black dragon would probably be a little girl about the same age as Luo Luo. A little girl had been deceived by a human expert and imprisoned underground for several hundred years. Of course, she had the right to feel wronged, to have a sad expression. Chen Changsheng thought he understood why the black dragon had been so angry. Yes, the black dragon had saved his life, and it could even be said that it had given him a better life, and it had been imprisoned underground all this time. He had once promised it that, if it was possible, he would think of a way to rescue it. But what had he done in the past 6 months? Had he ever thought about this matter? He had just asked how he could thank it. He lowered his head and walked past the black dragon's side into the darkness, and then gradually vanished. Chen Changsheng's heart was currently filled with guilt. The black dragon did not open its eyes, but it knew what he was doing, but it did not know what he was thinking. It was quiet, with only the fading sound of footsteps. The area around the black dragon's closed eyes trembled, ice and snow rustling down. It seemed to want to open its eyes, but it ultimately did not. She somewhat woodenly thought, humans really are all shameless and useless. When they encounter a problem they cannot resolve, a kindness they cannot bear, they will think of hiding or even more disgustingly, turning against each other. In the end, you are still a human. Then, if you want to leave, then leave. I don't have a good appetite today. I don't want to eat people. But if the next time you come you're still only willing to say thank you, but not willing to bring the food from the Orthodox Academy's dining hall for me to taste, I will definitely swallow you whole." Yes, when Qin Changsheng was recounting the recent events of the Orthodox Academy, he did not forget to mention that Tang 36 had turned Clear Lake Restaurant into the Orthodox Academy's dining hall. When she heard the words Blue Lobster, she remembered that when she was very young, she would follow her father to the journey to the west to play. On the journey under the sea, when she was bored, she would randomly pick up a few blue lobsters and chew them in her mouth as snacks. Later on, when she landed in the human world, she discovered that some humans in the South also liked to eat similar food. It seemed to be called betel nuts. The black dragon suddenly came to her senses, thinking, "Have I been locked up for too long? How can I be so easily distracted? Just a moment ago, I was preparing to curse the heartless man, and now I'm thinking about snacks?" Then she heard a knocking sound from very far behind her, so she slowly opened her eyes. She was a black frost dragon. The coldness in her eyes could make the entire world feel fear, but for some reason, there was now a tinge of warmth. The knocking sound came from very far away. This was because the black dragon's body was massive, her body like a mountain. At this moment, Chen Changsheng was in front of that incomparably massive stone wall, attempting to undo the chains binding the black dragon. Miraculously, these two chains were not very thick, at least when compared to the black dragon's body. Yet the black dragon had no ability to struggle free. Chen Changsheng had tried before, so he knew that even the stainless sword appraised by the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets to be incomparably sharp had not been able to sever these chains. This was because the edge of the stainless sword was simply incapable of truly touching the chains. The outer edge of the chains was wrapped in a layer of qi that could not be seen or touched, yet truly existed. At this moment, the knocking sound came from the wall. He was currently beating away the thick layer of ice where the chains were inserted into the wall. A chain and array that could imprison a black frost dragon was naturally not something the current him could break. However, it was said that the road of 10,000 li began with one's feet, so he had to take the first step. The first step was research. The more he researched, the more shocked he felt. Chapter 494. Chen Changsheng felt shaken to the core because he realized that he actually had no understanding of the chains or the array in the wall. He was well versed in the Taoist canon, and after coming to the capital, he had come into contact with quite a few senior experts. His knowledge had broadened. In the garden of Zhou, he had chatted with Lady Chu Jian, and in the wilderness he had conversed with Su Li. Those two geniuses had taught him many things. Yet he still had no way of seeing through this array, not even the slightest clue. He could only sense the unimaginably grand qi and terrifying killing intent concealed within. As he knocked off the layer of ice and focused his attention on the connection between the chains and the stone wall, the two deceased divine generals carved into the incomparably massive stone wall also seemed to be looking at him. After some time, Qin Changsheng raised his head and gazed up at the stone wall. Seeing those two legendary divine generals, his heart was shaken. The experts of that time had truly been too powerful. Now that he thought about it, the first time in 1,000 years that wildflowers had bloomed was inconceivable. He was extremely sure that whether it was Wang Jitze who had laid down this array, or these two divine generals who had only left a strand of spiritual sense on the stone wall to hold the chains and bind the azure dragon, they had all definitely stepped into the divine domain. Then, of the 24 meritorious subjects of the Lingyan Pavilion, how many were at the Saint Realm? In Taizong's era, was the human world actually this powerful? It was no wonder that they could utterly defeat the demons and ultimately drive them back to Shuolo City. And now, ever since Wang Pe left Tianliang County several decades ago, many people believed that the human race had welcomed yet another age of blooming wildflowers. He was also one of them. Then, when would he and his peers of this generation be able to catch up to those people from back then? Rest. With your current level of cultivation, it's impossible for you to pull out those chains from the wall. The black dragon's voice echoed in the quiet, underground space. She had spoken in human language, so it sounded like a young girl's voice. It was brimming with ridicule, but it also seemed rather satisfied. That's right. She was quite satisfied with Chun Chongsheng's performance today. Compared to the two simple words of thank you just now, his attitude when studying the arrays and chains on the stone wall was very focused. This was what it meant to be diligent. A cold wind blew. The black dragon's mountainous body moved at high speed within the vast underground space. It was unknown how it did it, but in a short amount of time, its head had arrived in front of Chun Chongsheng, looking down at him from above. It was very dignified, but at the same time, it was deliberately acting very cold. Chun Chongsheng looked at the complicated patterns on the chains and shook his head. He raised his head to look at the black dragon and said, "Perhaps you need to give me more time." The black dragon said, "I told you just now that time is not important to me. What matters is the result." Chun Chongsheng thought to himself, "When did you say that?" But after thinking about it, he understood that the black dragon was referring to that dragon's roar. The problem was he couldn't understand the meaning behind that dragon's roar. He looked up at the black dragon and asked, "What did you say to me just now? What do you want from me?" The black dragon replied, "When you understand those words, you will naturally have an answer." Chun Chongsheng did not understand why the words of these powerful beings of the divine domain were always so cryptic and hard to understand. The Pope was like this, Zhu Luo was like this, and now that he thought about it, only Su Li seemed more like a normal person, even though he himself was clearly not normal. He could see that the black dragon had already made up its mind. No matter how he asked, it would not speak. Just like in the past, it had never been willing to tell him what had happened on the night of the first illumination. Only today, for some reason, did it suddenly want to speak, so it spoke. Then, regarding that dragon's roar, perhaps in the future, when it wanted to speak, it would naturally speak. It was just that he was still somewhat curious. Only now did Chun Chongsheng realize just how important it was to have a good grasp of a language. In the eyes of outsiders and in the records of the court, this was a palace that had already been abandoned. However, only the eunuchs and maids at the divine empress's side knew that the empress would occasionally come to this palace to sit and stroll around, but no one understood why. Especially after a certain day last summer, the empress had come here even more often, but the number of people who could remain in this palace grew fewer and fewer. Today, she was the only person in this palace. The divine empress stood by the water bank outside the palace, gazing at the small pond before her for a very long time. From morning to dusk, and then to night, she ruled over this vast country, the nominal master of the entire human world. Every day, she had to deal with countless matters of state, so time was incomparably precious. Yet, she had spent an entire day looking at this small pond. At the very beginning, it was because after she finished speaking with that old man, her mind felt slightly uneasy. To her, this was an extremely rare occurrence, so she wanted to calm down by the uninhabited water bank. Afterwards, it was because she recalled the many things that had happened by this small pond, the youth she had encountered. Afterwards, it was because she had discovered that the youth really had come. At that moment, she raised her head and glanced at the vast sky of stars that had just appeared in the night sky. The corners of her lips perked up, carrying a hint of ridicule as she thought, "This thing called fate is truly interesting." She had once changed her own fate. She was the person in the world least afraid of facing fate. So she did not leave, but waited for fate to arrive. In the darkness, the dark green water of the pond suddenly began to move, especially the water in the very center. It was constantly roiling as if it was boiling. She calmly gazed at that place, allowing the night wind to caress her face. In the era of Taizong, she was already a world-renowned beauty. Not even Zhou Yuan able to steal away her brilliance. As she became empress, in the eyes of many, she became the world's #1 beauty. When she began to read through memorials for Empress Yen, deal with the affairs of the state, and was bestowed the title of divine sage, No one dared to use the word beauty to describe her. Power would always be above beauty. But this did not change the fact that she truly was very beautiful. No traces of age could be seen on her face. The so-called serenity, steadiness, and maturity were simply a matter of temperament. There was nothing to nitpick about her appearance. She was extremely beautiful, but perhaps because she had ruled over this world for too long, there was a faint divine might and an extremely faint fiendish intent on her face. At this moment, the night wind lightly caressed her face. The beauty and majesty were all washed away, making her appear extremely ordinary. The fiendish intent was still there, but it had mostly disappeared into the depths of her eyebrows. The sound of the water in the pond continued, and the night wind did not stop either. It continued to linger around her body. The holy robe that represented her identity and status had become an ordinary cloth dress. As the night wind caressed her, she had become an ordinary woman, only that ebony hairpin was still in her hair. The waves surged, and Chun Chong Sheng emerged from the water. He swam to the edge of the pond and climbed up. He walked into the thicket and prepared to take out a spare set of clean clothes to change his wet clothes. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He turned around and looked across the pond. He saw her. Chapter 495. Under the night sky, the palace was very quiet. The pond and the garden were also very quiet, even though it was a summer night. There weren't only two people by the pond. There was also the black goat. It was in the nearby thicket. Chun Chong Sheng first saw the middle-aged woman. Then he saw the black goat. If it was anyone else, they would definitely jump in fright. But he didn't, because he was already used to seeing the black goat by the pond every time he came out from under New North Bridge. As for the middle-aged woman, he wasn't unfamiliar with her. When he first came out from the pond, he saw her. Deep in the Forbidden Palace, if he alarmed the people of the palace, there would be great trouble. So he couldn't speak. He clasped his hands and bowed to the middle-aged woman across the pond. His actions were very polite. His movements were also very standard, but he was currently soaked. If he still bowed in such a respectful manner, it would inevitably be somewhat comical. The black goat looked at him through the leaves, slightly tilting its head, as if it was making fun of him. He couldn't care less. He gestured to the middle-aged woman, saying that he wanted to change into a set of dry clothes. Please turn around and wait a moment. Then he mouthed to the black goat, "Close your eyes." He had always thought that the middle-aged woman was deaf and mute, so she could naturally understand the sign language he learned from Senior Yurin. In reality, she really did no sign language. But she didn't turn around because there was nothing in this world that could make her turn around and avoid it. The black goat also didn't close its eyes. On the contrary, it opened them a little wider, making them look very bright in the night. Chun Chong Sheng didn't know what to do. His entire body was soaked, constantly dripping water, looking very pitiful. The middle-aged woman seemed to be somewhat displeased with his reaction, waving her sleeve. The night wind blew from the other side of the pond and lingered around him. The summer night wind wasn't dry, but rather hot. After a moment, his clothes were dry, from the inside out, becoming incomparably dry. Chun Chong Sheng was very surprised. Then he saw the middle-aged woman walk out of the garden with her hands behind her back. The black goat glanced at him, turned around, walked out of the thicket, and followed the middle-aged woman. In the past, when returning from the Imperial Palace to the Orthodox Academy, it was always the black goat leading the way. Even after he obtained the key, habit was always incomparably strong. Thus he followed the black goat, followed the middle-aged woman into the darkness of the Imperial Palace, then passed through that secluded secret door, arriving at the 100 Herb Garden. Currently, Luo Luo lived in the Li Palace for a month, lived in the Imperial Palace for a month, and lived in the Imperial Palace for a month. Other than coming to steal herbs with Tang 36, Chun Chong Sheng hadn't been here for long. However, the 100 Herb Garden had not changed much from before. The corridors were still very winding, and the trees and flowers grew very well. They covered half of the path, and the table in the forest was still in its original place. There was still a teapot and 2 teacups on the stone table, but the tea they were drinking today was white tea. The tea was very clear, but the taste was very fragrant. There were many things he couldn't understand. For example, there was no one in the 100 herb garden, so why was there a teapot and tea bowls on the stone table? Why was the tea in the teapot freshly brewed, and the temperature was just right, neither hot nor cold? For example, according to MOU, this black goat was raised in the imperial palace, so why was it so close to this middle-aged woman? For example, why did this woman just wave her sleeve and the wind blew her hair and clothes dry? For example, this middle-aged woman. Who is she? This middle-aged woman's power level was unfathomable. At least he couldn't see it. She had a high position in the imperial palace, moved freely, knew many secrets of the imperial palace, and had a special feeling towards the 100 herb garden. Chen Changsheng already knew that this middle-aged woman wasn't simple. He had guessed her identity many times. From the fact that she was once a favored concubine in the imperial harem to the Taoist nun who meditated with the divine queen in the 100 herb garden. He always felt that these guesses were wrong. Chen Changsheng didn't guess anymore. The middle-aged woman didn't ask him to do anything, and she even helped him. Just like what Tang 36 said, because of himself, he didn't care too much about many things. He would always show a calmness that surpassed his age, and because he had a lot of secrets, he didn't want to know other people's secrets. More importantly, he was very used to, and even enjoyed the atmosphere of drinking tea with this middle-aged woman in the 100 herb garden, even though it was only 3 times. When drinking tea in the 100 herb garden, the middle-aged woman didn't speak, so he didn't need to speak. Most of the time, the middle-aged woman was looking at the stars in the night sky or the marks of the old year in the 100 herb garden. She didn't look at him, so he didn't need to be nervous. This kind of tranquil feeling seemed to be able to bring him back to the old temple in Xining village. It was as if he was still sitting next to the stream with Senior Yurin. They didn't need to say anything, and they didn't need to know each other's thoughts. They could just sit there and stare blankly. Because of the garden of Zhou, Chen Changsheng's state of mind was a little uneasy. He couldn't enter the garden of Zhou, so he couldn't confirm the whereabouts of that girl. This made him very anxious, and he really needed the current tranquility. But different from the previous times, this tranquil feeling that he longed for and cherished was broken in the next moment. The middle-aged woman withdrew her gaze from the starry sky and began to look at him. She looked at him for a very long time. She looked very carefully, very calmly, and very attentively. It was as if there were mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, clouds, and infinite scenery on his face. Chen Changsheng didn't know why she was looking at him like this. He was a little confused, so naturally he was a little nervous. As time passed, the middle-aged woman continued to look at him, so he became more and more nervous, to the point where his body finally became stiff. At this moment, the middle-aged woman suddenly extended her hand and used the upper edge of her forefinger to lift his chin. Chen Changsheng was shocked. When they had first drunk tea here, this middle-aged woman had stroked his cheek. At the time, because of the emotion in her eyes, Chen Changsheng had endured it and did nothing. But stroking the cheek and pinching the chin were 2 completely different actions. The former could be understood as a senior's tender affection for a junior, a reminiscence of a lost emotion, while the latter was more like teasing a small animal or teasing. Moreover, although the woman was old enough to be his mother, in the end, there was still a difference between men and women. This action was truly unacceptable to him. He wanted to turn his head and avoid it, but he discovered that an incomprehensible qi was coming from the woman's finger, directly immobilizing his body. She lifted his chin and carefully examined his face. Of course, she was not teasing a young boy, nor was she teasing a small animal, because her eyes did not contain any tender affection or reminiscence. There was no emotion at all. She looked at Chen Changsheng's face as if she was looking at a painting. She wanted to see what kind of secret was hidden behind the painting. Chen Changsheng really didn't like her current gaze, because it was too indifferent. However, he couldn't move at all. His nose slightly moved up and down, and the breath he exhaled became much heavier. If it was Luo or Tang 36 seeing this scene, they would know that he was really angry. But she didn't know, and even if she knew, it wouldn't affect her decision. No one or anything could change her decision. However, she probably felt that Chen Changsheng was very cute like this. She smiled and prepared to let go of his chin. But at this moment, her smile suddenly disappeared. Her face became stern and stern, as if she saw something on his face. Chapter 496. A strand of killing intent faintly emerged from the center of her brow. In the silent 100-herb garden, an incomparably terrifying pressure appeared. Chen Changsheng stared blankly at her face, feeling the strand of killing intent and the ocean-like pressure around him. He subconsciously stopped struggling, vaguely guessing that something must have happened. She looked into his eyes. Was the problem in his eyes? No, the eyes were the windows to the soul. Through his eyes, she saw his sea of consciousness. She could not see his thoughts, but she could clearly feel that strand of divine sense that did not belong to him. That strand of divine sense was very faint, but also very tenacious and very cunning. It hid in the deepest part of Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness, quietly lying on the bottom of the sea with those rocks formed from his subconscious. Not to mention Chen Changsheng himself. Even if it was her, if it wasn't for her sudden desire to look at Chen Changsheng tonight and attempt to find something in his face and eyes to confirm or deny her conjecture, she wouldn't have been able to discover that extremely fine divine sense. Who would be so daring to attack him? She looked at that strand of divine sense in the depths of Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness and gave a cold snort. With this cold snort, a strand of her divine sense entered Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness. Of course, this was only an extremely small portion of her entire divine sense. Otherwise, with the strength of her divine sense, the moment it entered Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness, his head would probably explode and he would die. Even so, when that strand of divine sense entered, Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness still fell into a violent storm. Countless huge waves were constantly generated. Countless bubbles appeared on the surface of the sea, and even the deepest part of the sea was affected. That strand of divine sense that had invaded Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness had been hidden at the bottom of the sea for who knew how long. At this time, it could no longer disguise itself. Along with the great waves that reached deep into the sea, the surrounding seawater was instantly dyed red. An incomparably terrifying stench of blood flooded the world. Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness seemed to become a sea of blood. This hidden strand of divine sense, after appearing in Tibet, was actually so powerful. One could imagine, if it wasn't discovered in advance, how easy would it be for the owner of this strand of divine sense to secretly kill Chen Changsheng one day. Even now, that strand of divine sense still wanted to kill Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng still didn't know anything. His sea of consciousness was currently experiencing countless storms. Under the violent storms, the color of blood gradually spread towards the horizon. But he didn't realize it himself. He just felt a little absent-minded. Fortunately, she was sitting in front of him. Whether Chen Changsheng was that person or not, it was still her business. She wouldn't allow anyone else to touch it, even if it was her own dog that attacked Chen Changsheng. That's right. In the instant that strand of divine sense floated up along with the seawater, she knew who planted this strand of divine sense in Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness, because that bloody scent was too clear, too pungent. She dipped her hand into the bowl and dipped it into the tea. Chen Changsheng absent-mindedly felt as though he had returned to a long time ago. At that time, she had dipped her finger in tea and written the word ice on the stone table, helping him find New North Bridge and thus finding the Black Dragon. But this time, she wasn't going to write. She flicked her finger, and a drop of tea fell on Chen Changsheng's forehead. With a sizzling sound, the drop of tea turned into white smoke and disappeared without a trace. Chen Changsheng only felt a buzzing sound in his sea of consciousness and fainted just like that. At the same time that the drop of tea fell on Chen Changsheng's forehead, in that mansion in the alley of the Northern Military Department, a teacup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Zhou Tong's hand froze in the air, his face abnormally pale, as if he had contracted a serious illness in an extremely short period of time. Then his hand began to tremble, and soon after, his entire body began to tremble. The surface of his crimson official's gown, because of the trembling, was slightly warped, resembling a sea of blood blown by the wind. Just a moment ago, he had steeped a bowl of very good black tea. When the temperature was right and he was about to drink it, he didn't expect his sea of consciousness to suddenly feel an extremely intense pain. That pain was so real, as if someone had used a rusty knife to stab into the depths of his brain. Even he was unable to endure this pain. His fingers loosened, causing the teacup to fall to the ground. Only he, who had dealt with pain for half his life, could still sit in his chair at this moment. Although his face was pale and his body was trembling, as if he was suffering from a terrible illness, at least he hadn't fainted. In the instant that his sea of consciousness was in pain, Zhou Tong knew what had happened. On that day, in the small courtyard where the crabapple blossoms had bloomed, he had borrowed the sinister pressure of Zhou prison, not sparing any effort to use a technique to conceal a strand of his spiritual sense in the depths of Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness. The great crimson gown was truly worthy of being called the most bizarre of consciousness-type attacks. He had done this so silently that neither Chen Changsheng nor Tank 36 had noticed. But even the most powerful and bizarre consciousness-type attacks would still be limited. Zhou Tong's great crimson gown could not allow him to constantly investigate the situation in Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness. It was more like a spy, hidden in the plains behind the enemy lines, recording everything it saw. Later on, when Zhou Tong withdrew that strand of spiritual sense, he would know just what Chen Changsheng had encountered in the last few days, just who it was. Of course, that strand of spiritual sense that was like a roaming cavalryman could, at certain special moments, launch a suicidal attack against the generals in the enemy camp. This was also a method that Zhou Tong had prepared. He wanted to control Chen Changsheng's life and death with a single thought. But he had not expected that his strand of spiritual sense would actually be discovered by someone and even directly obliterated by that person. The obliteration of that strand of spiritual sense had a direct backlash against his sea of consciousness, inflicting severe injuries on him. Who was it? Who could discover that strand of spiritual sense hidden in the depths of Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness? And who had such a powerful divine ability that could so easily obliterate his great crimson gown? Zhou Tong's face was very pale, his eyes bloodshot, shocked and confused. With a chill, he thought to himself, could it be the Pope? There were very few people in the world that could see through his great crimson gown secret technique, and only a scant few people in the capital. The Pope was naturally one of them. It was just that he had made the appropriate arrangements to hide it from the Pope's eyes. So how could the Pope see through it? When Chen Changsheng woke up, he realized that he had fallen asleep on the stone table. He raised his head and saw that the middle-aged woman had left at some point. The teapot and teacups on the stone table had vanished without a trace, as had the black goat. The night forest of the 100 Herb Garden was still so serene and beautiful, the cheerful cries of insects echoing everywhere. This place was so quiet and beautiful that it seemed like a dream. He really did feel like he had just been dreaming. He had not met the middle-aged woman by the pond, nor had he followed her to the 100 Herb Garden, nor had he sat across from her to drink tea. He subconsciously extended his hand to touch the space between his eyebrows and realized that his hand was somewhat damp and cool. He drew back his finger and glanced at it, but he could not confirm that it was that drop of tea. But that damp and cool feeling was especially good, seeping into his heart from the space between his eyebrows, making him feel incomparably refreshed. For some reason, he felt much more relaxed, much more clear-headed, as if his body had been carefully washed from the inside out, leaving not a single filth behind. After returning to the Orthodox Academy from the 100 Herb Garden, Chen Changsheng thought of his previous encounter and felt somewhat uneasy. He began to meditate under the great banyan tree and began to examine himself, but he did not discover anything strange. Whether it was his ethereal palace, his sea of consciousness, or his meridians, they were all the same as before. Those severed meridians were still blocked. His true essence had not been damaged. His spiritual sense had not grown stronger, only there seemed to be a different chi. If his previous spiritual sense could be said to be as tranquil as water and as heavy as a mountain, then it was as if it had been washed by the spring rain. The surface of the water was much livelier and the mountains much wetter. Was it the change brought about by that drop of tea? Qin Chang Shing did not know, nor could he understand. He sat in a daze under the tree by the lake for a very long time, before getting up and leaving. Returning to the small building, he went to Zhixio's room as usual, inserting a golden needle into the neck, gently transferring true essence, aiding in the dispersion of the medicinal effects. There are only a few methods of treatment. After so many days of treatment, with Chen Changsheng's medical expertise as well as the spiritual medicines that he had obtained from the Li Palace and stolen from the 100 Herb Garden, Zhixio's body had already greatly improved. A few days ago, he was able to walk a few steps while supported, but he still continued to lie in bed for long periods of time. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not even turn over. Xian Yuan had once expressed his confusion about this, but only Chen Changsheng knew the reason. The dark times of Zhou prison had left far too many wounds on Zhixio's body. Those wounds had gradually healed on the surface, but the pain still remained within his body. Wounds were pain, and the term wound and pain had never been able to be separated. If there was any movement, Zhixio would feel a terrifying pain, so much so that the wolf youth famed for his willpower would rather appear like a good-for-nothing and lie motionless on the bed. Chen Changsheng knew how much pain Zhixio was in, so he did not believe him to be a good-for-nothing. On the contrary, every time he saw Zhixio's expressionless face, he would sigh in admiration at Zhixio's ability to endure until now, not crying or screaming. Once the meridians have completely healed, we can invite the priests of the 13 divisions of Radiant Green to come and use the sacred light technique. Qin Changsheng took the golden needle from Zhixio's body and said this with some relief. Suddenly, his fingers stopped moving. At this moment, his thumb and forefinger were pinching the last golden needle in Zhixio's neck. He was keenly aware that below the golden needle was an important meridian shared by both humans and demi-humans. It stretched from 3 li of the ethereal palace all the way to the lower edge of the sea of consciousness. After Zhixio had been imprisoned in Zhou prison, the first thing Zhou Tong had done was to use a secret technique to directly sever that meridian and cripple his cultivation. That meridian was far too important and far too sensitive. Let alone actually touching it, just lightly brushing it with one's spiritual sense would make one feel uncomfortable. If one were to really touch it, that kind of pain. Qin Changsheng could only imagine. Of all the people he knew, only Zhixio had ever endured such pain. So every time he placed a needle there, he would be especially careful and conservative. He was keenly aware that the recovery of that meridian could not rely on any external force, only time. As a result, he had never given Zhixio any time for his complete recovery, even mentally preparing himself for 3 years or even longer. Yet, just when he was prepared to remove the golden needle, he suddenly felt a faint ripple coming from below the needle. Chapter 497. Although that ripple was very weak, it was very clear. It was definitely the ripple of true essence. What did this mean? This meant that Zhixio's meridian had already been reconnected. Although it could not be said to be completely repaired, it could at least allow true essence to slowly flow through it. And as long as true essence began to flow, the meridian would automatically repair itself at a much faster rate. What was 3 years? Perhaps it wouldn't even need 30 days for that meridian to be as good as new. What's going on here? Chun Chongqing thought in shock as he looked at Jishio. Their eyes met. He knew that Jishio had already sensed the recovery of his meridian. It had nothing to do with treatment or medicine. It had taken countless times less time than he had estimated, so it could only be said that Jishio had done it himself. The question was, how had he done it? Pain. Jishio looked into his eyes and said, "It can stimulate one's life force. The greater the pain, the more life force can be stimulated, as long as you can clearly endure that pain." Chun Chongsheng was very shocked. For a long time he could not speak. Deep in the night, the lights of the Orthodox Academy gradually extinguished, and the starlight in the garden grew even brighter. Chun Chongsheng stood in front of the window, silently gazing at the silver surface of the lake. Normally he would have fallen asleep long ago, but today he did not. The ruthless will Jeshio had displayed made him vaguely understand something. He sat cross-legged in front of the window, began to meditate, and then entered the sheath. Unlike in the past, this time, he did not separate a strand of his spiritual sense into the sheath. Instead, he sent all his spiritual sense into the sheath. He knew that this was a very dangerous matter and that he would have to endure a great deal of pain. Moreover, if his spiritual sense was shattered by the phantom of the black monolith, he would very likely be heavily injured. But he did not want to wait any longer. He had to enter the garden of Zhou and take a look. The sheath was called the vault sheath. The countless sharp sword intents within combined to form a dangerous sea. In the past, when his spiritual sense passed through the Sea of Swords, it would cause a violent storm and a perilous wave, not to mention that he had sent all his spiritual sense in today. The Sea of Sword intents responded and instantly began to roar and rage. It was very painful, really very painful. His divine sense kept breaking through the mountain-like waves or sinking into the ice-cold bottom of the sea. After an unknown amount of time, he finally succeeded in reaching the other side of the Sea of Swords and saw the shadow of the black stone tablet. This seemed simple, but in fact it was extremely dangerous. If it weren't for the fact that his spiritual sense had just been cleansed by that drop of tea, making it more agile and full of vitality than before, perhaps he would have been directly swallowed by this vast ocean long ago. Even so, there were several times along the way when he almost gave up because of the pain. It was just that when he was prepared to give up, he thought of Jeshio, thought of how he had held up the umbrella of 10,000 swords at the summit of the mausoleum of Zhou to support his fall from the sky. He clenched his teeth and endured. Tonight, it was all of his divine senses that had reached the other side of the Sea of Swords. Thus, it could be understood that he had arrived at the other side of the Sea of Swords and was standing before the black stone tablet. When his gaze fell on the shadow of the black stone tablet, his divine sense also followed suit. Last time, his divine sense could already penetrate deep into the shadow of the black stone tablet, but it could not penetrate it, so he could only vaguely see some scenes behind it. This time was the same. He saw the somewhat dusky cliffs of Sunset Valley, saw the ruins of the mountainside Whispering Wood, saw the small lakes that seemed to have dried up like scars, and also saw that grassland. The grassland seemed lifeless. The green reeds and the white frost grass were like large patches of color, cut apart by the ravines formed by the cracks in the ground. Just when he believed that the monsters had all fled the grassland and gone to some unknown place, he suddenly noticed a large black in the northwest. With a thought, he arrived in the sky over there. On the grassland, at least several tens of thousands of monsters were currently slowly advancing towards the distant mausoleum. They lowered their heads and panted heavily, saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. The wounds on their bodies suffused with the smell of decay, and they looked like they could die at any moment. Suddenly, the black monster tide stopped. A figure the size of a small mountain slowly stood up. It was the massive mountain-toppling fiend, and it looked towards the sky. The several tens of thousands of monsters followed its gaze and looked towards the sky. They all felt as if there was something watching them, but they could not see anything. After an unknown period of time, the eyes of the demon beasts revealed an expression of despair, and they let out painful whimpers. If the gods were really looking down on us from the sky, why didn't they come to save us? Why did they have the heart to watch us walk into a hopeless situation? The monsters did not go mad from despair, because the monsters that had gone mad had already killed each other in the past few days. The remaining monsters were all exhausted to the extreme, and had already given up on the hope of survival. They only wanted to return to the place where they had lived for generations, and then sink into eternal sleep with the master of the mausoleum. Qin Changsheng withdrew his gaze and looked towards the surface of the black monolith. The shadow of the black monolith was no different from the black monolith, except that it did not have a physical body. It was a complete projection of the real thing. He looked at the complicated and incomprehensible lines on the surface of the monolith, and pondered the problem of how to pass through it. If these lines fell into the eyes of a normal person, they would be heavenly tomes. No matter how they looked, they would not be able to understand them, and it was even more impossible to analyze any sort of pattern from them. This was because this black monolith had always been a heavenly tome monolith. Qin Changsheng had seen many heavenly tome monoliths, so he was extremely familiar with the lines on the surface of the monolith. He knew how he should look at them. His gaze fell on the lines and moved with them. It was as if he had returned to the monolith hut in the heavenly tomes, sitting under the tree for countless days and nights. Those lines were the trajectories of the stars, the source or symbol of all changes in fate. It was as if he had returned to the wilderness in the north of Tianliang County, raising his head to look at the starry sky by the stream. That was the first day after Su Li had passed on the intellectual sword to him. He was very clear that his ability to calculate was not enough to grasp the intellectual sword, so he used another method. He used the method of comprehending the heavenly tome monoliths to display the intellectual sword. Even Su Li probably would not have thought that he could do such a thing, but now he wanted to reverse everything. He wanted to use the intellectual sword to comprehend the heavenly tome monoliths. It was not the understanding he had obtained when viewing the monoliths in the mausoleum of books, but to break them. He wanted to find the path in those lines on the surface of the black monolith, wanted to find the divine kingdom through the trajectories of the stars, wanted to see the truth in the illusory fate, and then use his sword to break it. After some time, he closed his eyes. After some more time, he opened his eyes and thrust his sword at the surface of the black monolith. His spiritual sense was currently in the sheath, his body outside the sheath. His sword was in the sheath, but it was not in the sheath. But when he attacked, the stainless sword responded to his thoughts and appeared in his hand. The stainless sword pierced through the air and landed on the black monolith. It had clearly stabbed at the intersection of several lines, but for some reason, when the tip of the sword touched the monolith, it struck an empty space. There was a light pop, like a bubble on a pond being popped by a naughty frog. With a boom, the sea of sword intent behind him stirred up a massive wave that soared to the heavens. The surface of the black monolith in front of him rapidly faded, then transformed into a pure white. That was the light. It was also the sky. He drew back his gaze from the sky and lowered his head to look at the grassland around him. He saw the 3 distant mountain ranges, saw the desolate grass in the wilderness. A cold wind whistled by, ruffling his clothes. This was the Garden of Zhou. He stood at the place closest to the sky in the Garden of Zhou, and also furthest from the ground. He stood at the peak of the mausoleum of Zhou. The early mornings in the Orthodox Academy were no longer as peaceful as they used to be. It was a little better in the separate garden. Zhexiu was resting on his bed, and although Tang 36 was much more diligent than before, he still could not wake up at 5 o'clock. Xian Yuan circled around from the kitchen on the other side of the lake and came to the house. He called out to a window, "Qin Changsheng, come down and eat." Previously on the other side of the lake, he had seen very clearly that Qin Changsheng was in front of that window, so he knew that it was already 5 o'clock. The Orthodox Academy had never needed a device to measure time. and Qin Chongxing was one. There was no reply from that window. Xian Yuanpo waved the fat blue lobster in his hand and yelled, "This is a spicy lobster. It's very delicious when paired with white steamed buns. I left one especially for you. Hurry up and come down, or else if Tang 36 hears this, he'll come and steal it from us again." There was still no reply. Xian Yuanpo was somewhat depressed. He ran up the stairs and pushed open Qin Chongxing's door. He said, "Brushing your teeth shouldn't take that long." There was no reply because there was no one in the room. The window was open, and the morning wind blew in, lifting up a corner of the bedsheet. Qin Chongxing looked at the stainless sword in his right hand and confirmed that the sword was real. Then he confirmed that he was real. This meant that he had truly entered the Garden of Zhou, or in other words, he had rediscovered the Garden of Zhou. The image of the black monolith now seemed to be the path that led to Zhou Tong, and the original body of the black monolith was the key to the Garden of Zhou. He remembered very clearly that when he left the Garden of Zhou, the sky was collapsing. Amongst the miniature worlds discovered by humans, the Garden of Zhou was the most stable and also the largest. However, it was still a fragment of space, so it was naturally not as sturdy as the world of the origin. Therefore, whether it was him or Zhu Luo and Mei Lisha outside Hanqiu City, they all believed that the Garden of Zhou had definitely been destroyed. Who could have imagined that the Garden of Zhou still existed, that it had actually re-established its laws, that it had managed to stabilize after much difficulty? Only a very large change had already occurred. It had not actually been that long since he had left the Garden of Zhou, definitely less than half a year, but the Garden of Zhou had already become extremely different. This world had become much more barren and dilapidated. Perhaps because of that world-shaking calamity, the ground was covered in cracks, the water in the sea of grass had become very turbid, and the distant cliffs were filled with signs of collapse. The mountain springs had dried up, and many small lakes had already dried up. The earth was a scene of desolation, and the green forest was covered in dust. It was a very desolate sight. Within the sea of grass, the cries of those insects could no longer be heard. The roots of the grass were already on the verge of necrosis, so there was naturally no school of fish to be seen either. As far as the eye could see, there were only a few fish flipping their bellies, weakly spitting out bubbles. Even the sun in the sky, or perhaps its halo, had now become somewhat dusky. Because I was preparing to leave tomorrow, I forgot to update. Today is the last chapter. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, I strongly and earnestly recommend my good friend, my good sister, Sister Sandbag's new book, Heavenly Heart of the Martial Path. Many famous authors and platinum authors have earnestly offered their opinions, and they have shamelessly boasted about it. However, the truth is that this book is very good. The updated record is excellent, and it has never been broken, just like me recently. I sincerely invite everyone to taste it. Thank you. Chapter 498. This place was the plains of the unsetting sun. The sun had always been somewhat different, but now it had become much darker. It was not that there was a problem with the sun itself, but that the space it was in had a problem that was very difficult to describe with words. It was very difficult to describe, so it was naturally even more difficult to understand. However, for some reason, just by looking around, Qin Chongsheng understood why the Garden of Zhou had become like this. The Garden of Zhou had gradually become desolate. Of course, it had something to do with the natural disaster caused by the breaking of the laws. The reason that the Garden of Zhou had not been able to repair itself after the reestablishment of the laws was because the Garden of Zhou had been isolated from the source world for these past few days. Yes, the Garden of Zhou was a miniature world, a fragment that floated in the river of time and space. However, it was assuredly connected to the source world, or else it would not have appeared after Zhou Dufu's death, following a certain pattern. Qin Chongxing knew why the Garden of Zhou appeared once every 10 years. It was because it needed to communicate with the source world. Only running water could not rot. Although the Garden of Zhou was large, if it was truly isolated, it would become a pool of stagnant water. Even if this pool was as large as the ocean, it would still become lifeless. Standing at the very peak of the mausoleum of Zhou, Qin Chongsheng looked around. He could faintly sense some sort of connection, and judged that with his arrival, the Garden of Zhou had re-established its connection with the source world. This situation would probably change, but it was assuredly a very slow and long process. He also did not know if the creatures that lived in this world could still endure until that day. The monster tide in the sea of grass was no longer as majestic as it was in the past. Several tens of thousands of monsters seemed like a lot, but on the surface of the vast and boundless sea of grass, it seemed very few. The several tens of thousands of monsters set off once more, heading towards the mausoleum of Zhou. They were prepared to welcome the end of their lives there. However, in the next moment, they once again felt that qi, that feeling of being looked down upon. This time, that feeling did not come from the distant sky, but from the mausoleum of Zhou in front of them. Moreover, this time that qi was much stronger. Some of the monsters that were slightly more intelligent could even tell that they had smelled that qi before. The mountain-toppling fiend stopped and straightened its body, which was several dozen zhang high. It gazed at the mausoleum in the distance, and its bean-like eyes were gradually filled with a ruthless aura. With a whoosh, the heavily injured earth monkey appeared out of nowhere. Grabbing onto the mountain-toppling fiend's fur, it used only its 2 hands to climb onto its shoulders like a bolt of lightning. It gave a mournful howl towards the distant mausoleum of Zhou, brimming with anger, resentment, and despair. At the very back of the monster tide, the monster bull had its eyes closed, its damaged ears faintly trembling in the cold wind. From the earth monkey's howl, it was able to confirm the origin of that qi. Its body began to tremble uncontrollably. Ripples began to appear on the surface of its body, which had become mottled and ugly due to the loss of too many arrow hairs. It was like a moist swamp that had completely evaporated but was still wet. These 3 great demonic beasts had suffered heavy injuries in the reappearance of the sword pool last time, but they were still incomparably powerful and savage. They had actually luckily survived such a natural disaster. Of course, they could tell that the qi belonged to that human youth, the main culprit that had turned the Garden of Zhou into its current state. To these monsters, the Garden of Zhou was their home. They had lived here peacefully for countless years, but they had been disturbed by the hateful humans and demons, even falling into their current hopeless situation. The sky had fallen, the humans and demons had all left, but they still had to live on these plains. What could they do? The hatred that the monsters had for Qin Chongsheng was naturally something very easy to understand. However, for some reason, in the next moment, the earth monkey's howl came to a sudden stop. It stared in the direction of the mausoleum of Zhou, its eyes filled with disbelief. Soon after, a timid expression appeared. Noiselessly, it moved closer to the mountain-toppling fiend's ear and muttered a few words. Afterwards, it hid its damaged half of its body in the horn on the mountain-toppling fiend's head, no longer daring to show its head. The monster bull at the back of the monster tide also calmed down. It slightly tilted its head, then let out a deep and resounding howl. The mountain-toppling fiend looked in the direction of the mausoleum of Zhou. After a moment of silence, it knelt down. Thus, the tens of thousands of monsters all bent their forelimbs or lowered their heads, closed their eyes brimming with ruthlessness and exhaustion, and knelt down. This was submission and also a welcome. Submission to the person who could bring new life to the Garden of Zhou, a welcome to the new master of the Garden of Zhou. In a certain part of the Sea of Grass, Qin Chongsheng gazed at the 2 great monsters kneeling in front of him, not knowing how to react. Even though it was kneeling, the mountain-toppling fiend was still like a mountain, and the monster bull was the same. Compared to them, he seemed so insignificant. If he had not met the black dragon under New North Bridge so many times and been in the same situation so many times, Even if he now understood the situation of the Garden of Zhou like the back of his hand, he probably would have had the urge to immediately flee. Back then, he and she had encountered many dangers in this sea of grass. In the end, the mausoleum of Zhou had been surrounded by the monster tide. These three incomparably powerful and abnormally sinister and terrifying monsters had once brought them countless troubles. If the sword pool had not reappeared, there would have been no need for Nank and the young, golden-winged, great Peng to fuse their souls. He would have been easily killed by these three monsters and then eaten. I know the current situation of the Garden of Zhou. Chen Changsheng looked at the two eyes hidden in the shadows of the mountain-toppling fiend's horns and knew that they were assuredly that most sinister of earth monkeys. I can help resolve a few problems. Hearing these words, the mountain-toppling fiend knelt even more thoroughly, and the monster bull also appeared even more humble. The dense mass of monsters behind the two great monsters were even more unbearable. The flood serpents rolled their bodies, and the grave vultures let out unpleasant screeches. They used every method they could think of to display their obedience and meekness. In reality, none of the monsters that were still alive were of the benevolent sort. They were all the most powerful and most dangerous monsters. Seeing this sight, Qin Changsheng felt rather strange. He took out all the medicines that he usually carried with him and threw them in front of the mountain-toppling fiend and the monster bull. He then glanced at the two eyes hidden in the shadows of the mountain-toppling fiend's horns and said, "Those with heavy injuries can eat first." The two eyes in the mountain-toppling fiend's horns rolled around, seemingly thinking of something. "I didn't bring enough medicine, so you must distribute it according to the method I mentioned just now." He no longer looked at the two eyes, but raised his head to look at the mountain-toppling fiend. "I have urgent matters to attend to right now, so I must leave first. Tomorrow I will return at this time, but if I discover that someone is not listening to me, I will not return." Hearing these words, the mountain-toppling fiend lightly placed its thick and solid arms on the ground, expressing its obedience. Its black-furred palms were spread out towards the sky, seeming like two black forests. With this action, its horns also touched the ground. Because the earth monkey's body was incomplete, it could not stand steadily. Just like that, it rolled out, rolling right in front of Chan Changsheng. It was very obvious that the mountain-toppling fiend had done this on purpose. The earth monkey did not even dare to raise its head. It incessantly kissed the muddy water in front of Chen Changsheng's boots, at the same time letting out whimpering sounds. It seemed especially pitiful. Chen Changsheng knew that it was pretending, but he did not care. Shaking his head, he began to walk towards the edge of the plain. He was keenly aware that these monsters were not of the good sort. Although they appeared especially obedient and submissive, they were actually all extremely savage. But he still wanted to help them. The heavens were virtuous, and he cherished life more than anyone else. He was also not worried about whether or not these monsters would turn on him once they were rescued and grew stronger again. This was because he was currently the master of the Garden of Zhou. If he did not open the Garden of Zhou, this miniature world would eventually descend into silence, no matter how powerful the beings that lived within it were. Only death awaited them. To put it another way, the Garden of Zhou was his pasture, and these monsters were his livestock. If the livestock were sick or hungry as their master, he naturally had to take care of them. Moreover, a powerful monster like the monster bull had long since developed a rudimentary intelligence. He could not view it as livestock, nor did he want to see it die. Moreover, the Garden of Zhou had a very important meaning to him. He did not wish for the Garden of Zhou to become deathly still. He wished for the Garden of Zhou to continue living, just like he wished for her to continue living. The old rules of the Garden of Zhou had already been broken, and the spatial barrier of the plains of the unsetting sun had also vanished without a trace. After becoming the new master of the Garden of Zhou, a portion of the new rules of the Garden of Zhou had entered his mind through an incomprehensible method. Afterwards, he grasped a portion of the rules that he could understand with his current level of strength. As his cultivation and strength continued to rise, this miniature world would reveal even more of its rules to him. On the contrary, understanding these rules would also be extremely helpful to his cultivation and strength. Because of this grasp of the rules, he only needed a very short amount of time to walk out of the plains of the unsetting sun, traverse over several mountains, and arrive at the courtyard at the edge of the Garden of Zhou. This was the mountainside whispering wood, the place where the human cultivators had gathered the most, and it was also the place where he had seen the great Peng fly her. The once winding corridors and small pavilions were now dilapidated walls and dilapidated walls. Everywhere was lifeless, and there were no croaks, only the cries of birds from very far away. This proved that this was not a true kingdom of the dead, but many people had already died here. The collapsed cliffs had completely buried the most beautiful buildings of the mountainside whispering wood. Incomparably heavy boulders were piled up from the col all the way to the waist of the mountain. Seeing this terrifying sight, Qin Changxing said nothing. He could not move these boulders, but he could clearly sense that beneath the collapsed cliffs there were many dead people. He stood in front of the collapsed cliffs for a very long time, and then he left. Afterwards, he went to the other two gardens, but he did not find anything. He went to the mountain stream and went upstream to look at the cold pool. There was no longer any sword and tent in the pool, nor was there anyone. There was also no one in the lake on the other side of the pool. In the depths of the lake, he could faintly make out the light of the night illumination lamp. Qin Changxing did not take those treasures or silvery white, nor did he take those books that had been immersed in the lake water for so many days but had miraculously not decayed. He only took an object wrapped in cloth. There was also no one on the lake shore. There were still some blackened bloodstains in the sand, but he didn't know which had been left behind by Qi Jian or which had been left behind by Zhixiu. Then he swam from the bottom of the lake into the distance, arriving at the small lake in front of Sunset Valley. The water of this small lake had already flowed through the cracks in the ground to some unknown place, leaving only the dried-up bottom. Back then he had broken out of the lake here and been saved by her. There was also no one here. Today is the first day of the second year of choosing heaven's path. Thank you, everyone, for your company this year. Today is also the first day of my journey south with my leader. Unlike Qin Changxing and Su Li, we are not riding furry deer. We are driving our own cars, but the journey is also very long, over 2,000 kilometers. I hope that everything will go smoothly. For this vacation, I made many preparations this month. While maintaining 2 chapters, I also worked hard to accumulate manuscripts. I truly did quite well. I once said to everyone that I would strive for 2 chapters until the 25th, and I did. However, I feel that this sort of day is very refreshing. So I decided to hold on to 2 chapters for a few more days. The manuscripts will inevitably run out, and as for what to do when that time comes, whatever, let's first enjoy ourselves before thinking about it. Let's happily read books and drive cars to enjoy the beautiful scenery of our motherland. Chapter 499. Qin Changxing walked for a while in the wetlands on the outskirts of the plain. He glanced at the island of reeds, then went to the cave. In the deepest part of the cave, he saw the remains of the elder from the Triple Yang sect that had already been eaten clean by the horde of beasts. Afterwards, he went to the sunset ridge. He slowly walked along the white stone path in the mountains and arrived under a wudong tree. He did not know that he would come under this wudong tree. He just followed that feeling. But there was also no one here. There was no one in the Garden of Zhou. Not a single person. Finally, he returned to the mausoleum of Zhou. The majestic mausoleum was still as insufferably arrogant in the world. The heavenly tone monoliths around the mausoleum had long since lost their violent and terrifying qi. They had become extremely calm. The lines on their surface, perhaps filled up by the sandstorms of the past few days or obliterated, had already disappeared. It was as if they had returned to their original stone pillars. The black monolith was the same. The surface of the monolith was smooth. Chun Changsheng placed his hand on it. From the distant plain behind him came the low howls of monsters. It was a farewell, but also an unease and a begging. It was a farewell to the departure of the new master of the Garden of Zhou. It was uneasy as to whether or not he would return, and it begged for his grace to descend even faster. There was darkness, and then there was light. Chun Changsheng opened his eyes and discovered that he was still in his room, still in front of the window. Nothing had changed from before. It was just that it was already noon. The sun hung in the azure sky. No matter how hard the shade of the trees in the Orthodox Academy tried, they could not stop the blazing rays of light from descending. The light he saw was this sunlight. Then he noticed that a string of beads had appeared on his wrist. No matter how he looked at it, these beads were made from the most ordinary of stones. There were no decorations on their surfaces, nor did they emit any qi. Moreover, their surfaces could not even be described as smooth. He did not know that when he struck Zhu Luo with his sword in Xuanyang City, this string of stone beads had also appeared on his wrist. These stone beads were formed from heavenly tome monoliths. This was because this string of stone beads had a total of 11 beads. 10 were gray, and 1 was black. Back then, Zhou Dufu might have taken 12 heavenly tome monoliths from the Mausoleum of Books. Later on, he and she only saw 10 monoliths in the Mausoleum of Zhou, as well as the base of a broken monolith. It was precisely because 1 heavenly tome monolith was missing, and he had also taken away the sword pool that replaced the heavenly tome monolith, that the array of the Mausoleum of Zhou had a problem. Only when he remembered that he had a black stone on him did he realize. He had obtained that black stone from the Pavilion of Ascending Mist, and it was actually also a heavenly tome monolith. When that black stone from Wang Jitsa truly became a heavenly tome monolith and helped stabilize the heavenly tome monolith array around the Mausoleum of Zhou, he had originally believed that the black stone was a heavenly tome monolith that Wang Jitsa had taken from the Garden of Zhou. However, after leaving the Garden of Zhou and recalling the notebook he had seen in the Pavilion of Ascending Mist, he felt that his conjecture might not have been accurate. No matter where those 2 heavenly tome monoliths went, the stone pearls on his wrist were heavenly tome monoliths. Of course, it was not only because these 11 stone pearls, 10 gray and 1 black, just happened to correspond with the heavenly tome monoliths around the Mausoleum of Zhou. It was also because only he could sense certain things through the black stone. He could sense very clearly that the Garden of Zhou was within the black stone. This statement was not accurate. It should be said that the black stone was the new gate to the Garden of Zhou, and the key to opening the Garden of Zhou was his spiritual sense. He subconsciously raised his hand, facing the sunlight shining through the window, and earnestly gazed at the string of stone pearls. Bright rays of light seeped through the cracks in the stone pearls, changing into many different angles. In some fine places it seemed like there was a rainbow inside. Only now did he truly understand what had happened. The heavenly tome monoliths that were incomparably divine in the eyes of the common people, the source of all Taoist techniques, were actually worn on his hand. Moreover, there were 11 of them. The sunlight shining on the stone pearls, shooting into his eyes, causing him to be somewhat dazed. He felt that everything was not real. At this moment, the door to the room was pushed open. He turned his head and saw Tang 36 and Xian Yuan Pa. Just where did that idiot go? How should I know? Her Highness, Sir Luo Luo, wanted me to keep an eye on him. But in the end, he just ran off without saying anything. How could I keep an eye on him? Xian Yuan Pa said, pitifully. Then together with Tang 36, they saw Qin Changsheng's figure. After a moment of silence, Tang 36 patted his chest and said with some lingering fear, Good, good. I won't ask where you went, as long as you didn't run away. Chen Changsheng asked confusedly, Why would I run away? You disappeared for half a day for no reason. Tang 36 looked at him and said, We were all wondering if it was because you heard that Su Yurong was coming back and you were afraid that you would be beaten black and blue by your fiancé, so you ran away. Xian Yuan waved his hand and said, I didn't say that. Tang 36 looked at him and sneered. You dare to say that you didn't think that? Xian Yuan was a very honest child of the bear tribe. Hearing this question, he mumbled for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Chun Changsheng was a little startled and said, Just mentioning her reminded me of something. Which one of you can help me write a letter to the Divine General of the East's estate? Tang 36 said in surprise, Son-in-law with clay feet coming to visit? His daughter hasn't even returned yet. What are you in such a hurry for? Chun Changsheng shook his head and said, I want to pay a visit tonight. There are some things I want to talk about. You can't really be afraid of Su Yurong and want to do something outside of the game, right? Tang 36 became interested and said, You should ask me first for this kind of thing. You know that I'm the best at this kind of thing. Chun Changsheng smiled and ignored him. He walked towards the door and said, I'll go eat first. A few days ago, Luo Luo told him that she confirmed that the girl did not leave the garden of Zhou alive. He said that he would go to the Divine General of the East's estate to break off the engagement, because this was what he had promised her in the garden of Zhou. Since she was no longer here, he obviously had to keep it. The reason why he did not go to the Divine General of the East's estate these days was because he had been rather busy recently. He had left an important and necessary item in the garden of Zhou. At the same time, his heart still held on to one last ray of hope. She did not leave the garden of Zhou, or perhaps she was still in the garden of Zhou. Since the garden of Zhou was not destroyed, then there was a possibility that she was still alive. Until last night and this morning, he finally re-entered the garden of Zhou. He discovered that there was not a single person inside. Not a single person, not that person. Thus, his last hope was also gone. He also conveniently brought that item out. Seeing Chun Changsheng's back disappear through the door, Tang 36 was silent for a while and asked, Don't you feel that he was a bit strange today? Xian Yuan asked in confusion, What's strange? Tang 36 said his smile was a bit strange, very ugly. Xian Yuan thought for a while and nodded his head. Yes, he smiled like he was crying. Chapter 500. For the twilight to completely ignite the clouds on the horizon. It would still take a very long time, but the banquets in the restaurants and brothels of the capital had already begun. Formal banquets always took a very long time, so they would naturally begin very early. This had nothing to do with saving on oil or candles. Xiuxing experts and nobles, scholars and literati, young ladies and maids, paid more attention to the changes in light from dawn to dusk to nightfall, as well as the changes in atmosphere and feelings that followed. Chun Changsheng didn't understand these things. For him, if a meal took more than a quarter of an hour, then it meant it wasn't healthy. Just like the delicacies on the table in front of him, they all meant it wasn't healthy. Today's banquet at the Su estate was different from last time's regular family banquet. It was a formal banquet. Although he was the only guest, he was of the younger generation and was still very young. The doors of the Divine General of the East estate, which only opened twice a year, were opened, and all kinds of dishes cooked with precious ingredients were continuously served. Then, without eating much, they were only glanced at for a few moments before they were taken away and replaced with a new round of dishes. As far as the eye could see, there were expensive utensils and porcelain dishes everywhere, making him naturally think of what Madame Su had said on his first day in the capital. There were maids everywhere. He didn't need to do anything. There would naturally be someone to serve him. Yet what was interesting was whether it was Madame Su Nanihua or that principal maid called Shuang. None of them appeared today. Perhaps it was because of what had happened between them and Chun Changsheng. Su Shiji was the only one accompanying him. Chun Changsheng didn't drink wine. Out of courtesy, he ate some dishes and was quickly full. Su Shiji put down his wine cup, waved his hand, indicating for everyone to leave and wait for him to speak. Chun Changsheng didn't like to speak in circles. Seeing this, he knew that Su Shiji had also mentally prepared himself, so he directly said, You should already know my master's identity. The day I found out that Taoist Ji was Principal Shang, I was just as shocked as everyone else. Su Shiji didn't mention the long conversation he had with his father's portrait in the ancestral hall that day. He looked at Chen Changsheng and said indifferently, "Including Master Zhou Tong, there are many people who want to use this against you. But you don't have to worry, the laws of the Zhou dynasty have never said anything about punishment. Back then, when the Orthodox Academy's rebellion was exposed, you weren't even born yet. But you are still one of the divine empress's most trusted divine generals." Qin Changxing asked, "Why do you still insist on this marriage?" "Everyone thinks that I'm unbearably vulgar. Who knows how many generations of good fortune I've accumulated to be able to give birth to such a daughter? Who knows how many people laugh at me in private?" Su Shiji looked into Chen Changxing's eyes and didn't conceal his cold emotions. He said, "As for this marriage, it brought me endless humiliation. In the eyes of the world at the beginning, it was our Su estate that looked down on a poor youngster like you and wanted to break off the marriage, even suppressing and humiliating you. But afterwards, after knowing of your relationship with His Holiness the Pope, we shamelessly pestered you and insisted on marrying you. As a result, all the humiliation that was once inflicted on you, now all returned to us. It can even be said that this is very shameless." The reception hall was very quiet. All of the servant girls had already moved far away. Su Shiji said, "Fortunately, no one thinks that my Rong isn't worthy of you, or else even she would be laughed at." Chen Changxing thought to himself, "Since you know this matter is very ugly, why do you still persist? Last time when I came to break off the marriage, why didn't you just accept the marriage contract? But I don't care, or rather, I can endure this humiliation and ridicule." Su Shiji's eyes suddenly became sharp. He stared at Chen Changsheng and said, "Because I am a father, I have to think for my daughter. I am loyal to the queen, but what's wrong with thinking for my own daughter?" These days, Chen Changsheng had thought many times about why the Su estate would insist on keeping this marriage contract. He had thought of many reasons, but he never thought it would be this one. Su Shiji just wanted the best for his daughter. Chen Changxing should feel a little happy, the joy of being acknowledged, but he didn't, because he didn't believe that Su Shiji was this kind of person, this kind of father. "I know what you are thinking, what the people in the capital are thinking," Su Shiji said expressionlessly. "Just like before the civil strife in Mount Li, everyone thought the same about the head of the Qiushan family, but reality has proven that you are all wrong. That's right, if I insist on this marriage, in the future if His Holiness the Pope loses, the Divine Queen obviously won't allow me to continue living. But I am very sure that even if I die, the Queen will still love Rome. And if His Holiness the Pope wins, because of your relationship, I presume that his venerable self will not have a bad opinion of Rome. He looked at the side of Qin Changsheng's face and continued, "The confluence of North and South is already complete. The Mountly Sword sect might still be able to maintain its edge, and Qiushan Jun can use this opportunity to advance north. But what can South Stream Temple do? If Rome cannot marry you, the best outcome for her is to guard Holy Maiden Peak. But what if this marriage succeeds? The Pope and the Holy Maiden, this is the true confluence of North and South. Whether it's North or South, everyone is willing to see this scene. What is the general trend? This is the general trend. Regardless of whether I am still alive, my Su clan will definitely leave its name in the annals of history. The true confluence of North and South, the general trend, everyone was willing to see this sort of scene. So this marriage had to continue." Qin Changsheng felt that these words were somewhat familiar, and then he remembered that ever since he came to the capital from Xining, he had often heard similar words. That maid called Shuang had once said it, that nanny had once said it, many people at the Ivy Festival had said it, and even Tang 36 had said it. It was just that at that time, the name associated with Su Yurong was not himself. He was not a person willing to hide his true thoughts, so he raised his head to Su Shiji and said, "Back then, all of you also said the same thing about Cho Shan-jun. In my view, if you want to marry, Cho Shan is naturally a better choice than you even now. The problem is that he is currently inferior to you. A better choice and inferior, these were two different concepts. Chun Chang Sheng thought about the news that came from Mount Li. When the sun shone on the main peak, Cho Shan-jun calmly and casually stabbed himself with a sword, thus easily resolving a long-planned conspiracy. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "I am inferior to him." Su Shiji did not understand his meaning and said, "The Pope is your martial uncle. Just based on this point, he will never be as good as you." Just like what Cho Shan-jun said to his father on the main peak of Mount Li, young people and old people, as expected, could not be the same kind of people. Chun Chang Sheng did not know about those words, but he had the same feeling. He stood up and prepared to leave. At the same time, he took out the marriage contract and put it on the table. His action was not very solemn, but it was not casual either. There was no arrogance, no inferiority. He just took it out and put it on the table. He had already come to this divine general's estate 3 times. Each time it was to cancel the marriage. Perhaps because of this reason, he was no longer as nervous and awkward as before. There was also no awkwardness on Su Shiji's face. When he received the letter from the Orthodox Academy saying that Chan Changsheng was coming to visit, he had already guessed at his intentions. Last time, I said that if you really wanted to cancel the marriage, then give the marriage contract to Rong, or in front of her. In the garden of Zhou, Chan Changsheng really did have this idea, but he never had the chance to meet Su Yurong. Then he was somewhat confused as to why both Su Shiji and Tang 36 had said similar words. It was as if they had determined that as long as he saw Su Yurong in person, he would never want to cancel the marriage, even if Su Yurong was as beautiful as a goddess. So what? He even felt that other people looking at him like this was a form of contempt. I hear that Miss Su will return to the capital soon, so the marriage contract will be left in your estate. If Miss Su has any objections, please believe in the Orthodox Academy. He did not pay attention to Su Shiji's words and continued, "Please do not send the marriage contract back to the Orthodox Academy, or else it really might be lost. If that happens, it really won't look good." Su Shiji was furious at these words. He thought, "You actually dare to threaten me," but his face did not show any emotion. Chun Changsheng was not threatening him, but speaking the truth. This marriage contract really had almost been lost in the Garden of Zhou. Back when he was fighting against Nank's wings at the bottom of the lake, in order to break through her wings of light, he had thrown out everything in his sheath, including the marriage contract. However, he no longer had any feelings towards this marriage, so he did not care much about the marriage contract. Only a few days ago, when he was preparing to go to the Su estate to break off the engagement, did he remember this matter. He looked at Su Shiji and originally wanted to say something, but after thinking it over, he gave up. Without saying anything more, he bid farewell and left. Su Shiji expressionlessly watched his back disappear into the night, then withdrew his gaze. He looked at the marriage contract, his expression slightly focused. He did not understand why the edges of the marriage contract were slightly wet. Walking in the garden of the divine general of the East's estate, Chun Changsheng borrowed the lantern carried by the servant girl in front of him and looked at the straight trees and gray stones that he had a slight impression of. Chun Changsheng very naturally thought of his past encounters here. When he bid farewell, just now, he really did want to say something to Su Shiji, but he could not find the right words, nor did he know how to organize it. If it was Tang 36, he would probably directly ask Su Shiji, "You are so shameless, does your daughter know?" But he could not say such words. He just suddenly felt some sympathy for Su Yurong. Su Shiji said that he insisted on this marriage for the sake of his daughter. But when he spoke, he kept talking about the general trend, the confluence of the North and South, and leaving his name in the annals of history. He did not hide his true thoughts at all. He thought, he is just a person who cares about fame. only thinking about bringing glory to his family and the Sioux clan for thousands of generations. In his eyes, what difference is there between his daughter and a memorial arch? Thinking about it this way, Su-Yurong really was rather pitiful. While he was thinking like this without a clue, he arrived in front of a stone door. A girl stood in front of the stone door. It was very similar to the scene from a year and a half ago. Chapter 501. That girl was the maid of the Sioux mansion, Shuang-Er. A year and a half had passed, and she seemed to have matured a lot. Her brows had also become a little more serene. Shuang-Er looked at the youngster behind the lantern. No, the young man. She became more and more nervous. Her tightly clenched hands became a little warm. She wanted to say something. She felt that she should say something before her miss returned to the capital, because she now realized, just like what her master and mistress said, this marriage might really be the best choice for her Mississippi. However, so many things happened back then. If it was her, she would definitely hold a grudge until now. Just when she bit her teeth and was about to speak, Qin Changshen came to her, nodded, and continued to walk towards the stone door. There was no resentment, no hatred, no arrogance, no gnashing of teeth. It was very calm. It was as if he was just a passerby who nodded and greeted someone he met at a certain time and place. Shuang-Er was stunned. It was during this time that Chen Changsheng walked past the stone door. Shuang-Er turned around and raised her hand. She wanted to stop him, but she didn't. Looking at his back as he left, she felt a little lost. She didn't understand. Why did she feel that not much time had passed, but the youngster and the world seemed to have changed a lot? Leaving the Dongyu general's mansion, he walked along the official road and came to a stone bridge. It was still the same stone bridge. In the hot summer night, the river under the bridge was filled with people enjoying the cool. There were no leaves in the river. He stood on the bridge and looked back at the eaves of the Dongyu general's mansion. He was silent. He had the same feeling as Shuang-Er. It had only been a year and a half since he came to the capital to break off the engagement. Why did it feel like a lifetime had passed? When he first left Xining and came to the capital, his main purpose was to participate in the great trial, get first place, enter the pavilion of ascending mist, and find the secret to change his fate. Breaking off the engagement was just a side goal. Although he still hadn't found the method to change his fate, without a doubt, his fate had already changed drastically. But why didn't he break off the engagement? He shook his head and walked towards the stone bridge. He decided to solve this problem as soon as possible. The one who started the trouble should be untied, and it was the same for the annulment of the engagement. Old Lady Taizai had already passed away, and her teacher had disappeared without a trace along with her senior apprentice brother, so they could only look for a third party in the marriage contract. He went to the Li Palace. Without the need to announce his arrival, the priest standing guard in front of the palace respectfully invited him in and specially accompanied him through the long divine path to the palace in the deepest part. At night, the Li Palace was very quiet, and the palace in which the Pope resided was even more so. The sky, separated by 4 black eaves, was dotted with stars. If one looked at it for a long time, it really did seem like a deep well. At some point, he had removed the string of stone beads from his wrist. The quiet hall resounded with the gurgling of water. He turned and walked in, bowing to the Pope, who seemed like an ordinary old man by the green leaf basin. "Martial uncle, why are you doing this?" In the past, Chen Chongqing very rarely used the term martial uncle to address the Pope. It was not because he had some sort of obsession with mental cleanliness, but purely because he was not used to it. But after so many things had happened in the Orthodox Academy, and after hearing Su Shurji's rather naked words in the divine general of the East Estate, he knew that no matter how he addressed the Pope, in the eyes of the common people, his relationship with the Pope was already inseparable. Thus, it was better to get used to it. He was a person who greatly valued his time. Since he had decided he would do it, it was just like how this question had actually been lingering in his mind for a very long time. Now that he could meet the Pope, he would naturally very directly ask it. The title of martial uncle and the question itself caused the Pope to freeze for a moment, and then he began to laugh. Qin Changsheng was asking about the struggle between the new and conservative factions of the Orthodoxy and the recent silence of the Li Palace. You are all young people, and even if the matters of young people are not trivial, if you have done something wrong or not good enough, there will always be room to make up for it or a reason. The Pope placed the wooden ladle back into the pool and took the linen cloth Qin Changsheng handed over. After lightly wiping his hands, he said, "But us old people cannot do this. Young people can be impulsive, can be hot-blooded, but we must be calm, even cold. In the eyes of everyone, we are all very scheming and far-sighted. To put it nicely, we can't act impulsively. Behind everything we do, there's bound to be some scheme. So as long as we move, the matter will easily become big and there will be no room for it." These two sentences were actually rather fragmented, but Qin Changsheng understood. This storm was originally the beginning of the offensive launched by the Tianhai clan and the Orthodoxy's new faction against the Pope, but it had been forcibly blocked by the Orthodox Academy at the Academy's gate. The Li Palace would naturally maintain its silence. The Pope walked back to his chair and indicated for him to sit, saying, "And this is an opportunity." These words were even simpler, even more vague, but Qin Changsheng still understood. If the offensive launched by the Tianhai clan and the Orthodoxy's new faction could be controlled to a certain degree, then for him and the Orthodox Academy, this was an extremely precious opportunity. Just like how his spiritual sense had been cleansed in the ocean of sword intent to become even purer and tenser, his sword had also become even more stable and powerful in these battles. Only this way can you mature as quickly as possible, the Pope amiably said to him. Qin Changsheng only understood a part of this conclusion. In his discussion with Tang 36, he had been unable to confirm this point. Why had the Pope chosen this method to let him mature? It seemed too impatient. To use Tang 36's words, it was almost like pulling a sapling to help it grow. Seeing his expression, the Pope was somewhat surprised. "I thought that you weren't very interested in these matters and would need some time to understand, or perhaps you would have come to find me even earlier. There are many things that even if you aren't interested in, you still have to learn. Since you can't avoid it, this is what Tang said to me," Qin Changsheng said. Tang 36 had said to him, "Since you want to become the Pope, then you have to learn these seemingly uninteresting things. You have to have your own team, like the Orthodox Academy." The reason he had been able to understand the Pope's previous words was also because Tang 36 had made a similar analysis in advance. Now it seemed that Tang 36's calculations had been correct. "You've made a very good friend." The Pope was somewhat sorrowful. "When I first met his grandfather, we were about the same age as you. But later on, because of a few things, my thoughts differed from his grandfather's, so we naturally could not continue our friendship. He returned to Wenshu, and I entered the Li Palace. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. A few days ago, when he saw MOU and Tang 36 talking in the Orthodox Academy, Qin Changsheng had realized that the upper class of society existed, but he had never imagined that the Pope and the Tang Old Master had once been so close. "Since you didn't come in the past few days, I thought that you wouldn't come in the near future. Why did you suddenly come tonight?" the Pope asked. The Orthodox Academy had already endured through the most difficult phase. If it had not requested help from the Li Palace at that time, then there was even less reason for it to do so now. "I went to the Divine General of the East's estate," Qin Changsheng said. "I want to end the engagement, but they've always been delaying, so I want to ask Marshal Uncle to directly end this engagement." The Pope noticed that the expression on his face was very serious. With a slightly surprised expression, he asked, "Do you know what this engagement means?" If it was in the past, Qin Changsheng would naturally believe the story his master had told him. Su Yurong's grandfather sacrificed to the mountain for Empress Yan and was ambushed by a demon great general. Even the imperial physicians could not cure him. Coincidentally, his master, Daoist Ji, passed by the area and miraculously brought the dying back to life. The Grand Minister, in his gratitude, made this engagement. But now he naturally understood that there was definitely a secret behind this engagement, because his master was not only Taoist Ji, but also Principal Shang, the Divine Empress's strongest enemy. No matter what this engagement means, it has nothing to do with me. If a normal youth said these words to his elders, it would often be very childish and laughable, filled with a feeling of hot blood that would make others cover their noses. In reality, it was just selfishness and impudence. But when these words came out of Chen Chongqing's mouth, they did not have these problems. They seemed very calm and very persuasive. The difference was that the former often did not know what responsibility was, while he, after very serious consideration, had confirmed that this was not a responsibility that he should bear. Life and death were one's own business. Marriage was one's own business. Whether to have children was one's own business. How to raise children was also one's own business. Chen Chongqing did not organize these matters. He just did it very naturally. Perhaps it was because he had always cultivated the cultivation of following his heart, and the above 4 points were the lowest requirements of following his heart. The Pope looked at him and asked again, "Will you regret it in the future?" The old man's eyes, which were as vast as the sea of stars, flashed a deep meaning. Chen Chongqing did not notice and said, "I won't." The Pope quietly looked at him and said, "Good." Before Chen Chongqing bid farewell, he asked, "Can we not fight?" This was obviously referring to the much-anticipated battle between him and Su Yurong. According to Tang 36 information, it was said that the 13 divisions of Radiant Green had already begun to prepare a letter of challenge. The writer was a great scholar of the court. Chen Chongqing had never wanted to fight with Su Yurong in the first place. Today, after going to the Divine General of the East Estate, he felt even more sympathy for this girl that he had never met. Now that he had obtained the Pope's approval to cancel the engagement, he felt that there was even less reason to fight. Our sect cultivates the cultivation of following our heart. As long as you are willing, of course you can. Even if the other person wants, you can still avoid it. The Pope picked up the wooden ladle from the pool and continued to water the green leaf. He slowly said, "But you must be able to confirm that your choice is truly following your heart." Chen Chongqing looked at the Pope's back. This time he finally understood a little. He knew that these words had a deeper meaning. Chapter 502. The distance from Li Palace to the Imperial Palace wasn't far. It was just that with Chen Chongqing's current status. Entering Li Palace was relatively easy, but entering the Imperial Palace was somewhat troublesome, especially in a situation where he didn't report in advance. In the end, Xue Xingchuan was alerted. "Principal Qin, why are you entering the Imperial Palace so late at night?" "I want to see Luo Luo." Xue Xingchuan's question was very casual. Chen Chongqing's response was even more casual, and the heavily guarded Imperial Palace opened its gates. Chen Chongqing followed a eunuch into the depths of the Imperial Palace. After a while, he came to his senses and didn't understand why Xue Xingchuan was so easy to talk to. He didn't know that it was because Xue Xingchuan had once waited for the Divine Empress to return from the secret door in the palace wall. Xue Xingchuan thought that the Divine Empress had specifically gone to see this youngster. Similarly, looking at Chen Chongqing's back, Xue Xingchuan also didn't understand why this youngster was so calm and natural in front of him. He was the Divine Empress's divine general. His younger brother Xue, his left arm was cut off by Chen Chongqing's sword in the wilderness. But after Chen Chongqing returned to the capital and met him several times, not only did Chen Chongqing not feel sorry, he didn't even feel wary. Luo Luo had a good time in the Imperial Palace. Although the palace walls isolated the bustling world, compared to the Greenleaf world, the sky and sun here were both real, just a little boring. So when she knew that Chen Chongqing had come to see her, she was very happy. The master and disciple talked for a long time in the quiet garden, talking about happy things. The topic only revolved around the great banyan tree and the lake, only talking about the rapid improvement of the food quality in Orthodox Academy. Xian Yuanpo's appetite was getting more and more exaggerated. Tang 36's dark circles were getting heavier. Su Mou's expression was quite ugly after receiving his aunt's letter, and Jishou's expression was still the same, like a dead person. Chen Changsheng also talked about the dozen or so talented freshmen in Orthodox Academy, saying that if they were lucky, they should be able to pass the preliminary exam, and maybe even get into the lower half of the top 3 in the grand examination. Luo listened very happily, but compared to before, she spoke a lot less. Most of the time, she just opened her bright eyes and looked at Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng thought back to the Shuang, or he saw in the Su mansion, and thought it was a natural change for a little girl after growing up, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Time passed quickly as they chatted, and neither of them noticed that it was already late at night. That was until Guardian Li, who was hiding in the bushes, felt that something was wrong and coughed twice. Only then did Chen Changsheng remember the main reason why he came to see Luo tonight. He held her hand and walked to the wall. Using his body to block off all possible prying eyes, he took out something and stuffed it into her hand. Luo was shocked. She looked at the stone bead in her palm. She didn't understand why Mr. Bai would give her this. I'm not sure if telling you the truth is good or bad for your cultivation, so I won't say it for now. But in short, this is a good thing. Chun Changsheng looked at her and said, You must not lose it. When you have nothing to do, hold it in your hands and feel it. It's best not to let others see it. Luo earnestly said, I definitely won't lose the gift that teacher gave me. When Jin Yu Lu saw Chen Changsheng off, he looked at him, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Chen Changsheng didn't understand and asked, Uncle Jin, what's wrong? Jin Yu Lu sighed in his heart. In the end, he didn't say it out loud. He asked, What were you talking about with Her Highness in the corner? Chen Changsheng said nothing much. I gave her a small toy. Jin Yu Lu used to be an official in the White Emperor City. He farmed for a living, but seeing his silk robe full of copper coins, he knew his personality. He asked with interest, Is it very valuable? Does it belong to the Tang family? In his view, Chen Changsheng was extremely poor. In the past, he depended on Princess Luo and Tang 36 to help him. How could he have anything good? It should be a gift from the Tang family. Chen Changsheng shook his head and said, I picked it up before. It's not worth much. Hearing that it was picked up and not worth much, Jin Yu Lu instantly lost interest. Thinking about what was going to happen next, he couldn't help but get even more annoyed. Her Highness gave you so many good things. Have you never thought about giving her something in return? A person like Chun Changsheng couldn't understand the meaning behind these words. He said, honestly, this is the best thing I have. By the time he returned to the Orthodox Academy, it was already very late at night. In the past, Chun Changsheng would have long since fallen asleep, but he didn't today. He first went to the 100 Herb Garden, then to the library, and then to his room. Standing in front of the window and looking at the stars in the lake, he thought of the night sky cut apart by the black eaves of the Li Palace. Going to the pavilion of ascending mist was arranged by his master. The box that Wang Ji hid in the wall was also told to him by his master. But the switch on the box had never been touched, which meant that no one had opened the box. This also meant that his master probably didn't know the contents of Wang Ji's notebook. He also didn't know that Wang Ji had mentioned his name in it, Daoist Ji. From Wang Ji's notebook, it could be seen that Daoist Ji was already very famous in the era of Emperor Taizong. He could freely enter the imperial palace and the mansions of the nobles and ministers. Then when did he take over the position of principal of the Orthodox Academy, and how did he freely switch between these two identities? Chun Changsheng's gaze rested on the book by his hand. It was a record of the major events of the Orthodox Academy. Previously, he had found in this book the date his master took over the position of principal of the Orthodox Academy and a few major events that had occurred before and after, but he still couldn't understand how his master had been able to conceal it from all living beings in the world. Crucially, how had he been able to conceal it from the Pope? It must be known that they were fellow disciples of the same sect, and it was rumored that in the coup of the Orthodox Academy, his master had died at the hands of the Pope. Was there some secret behind all this? There were many parts of the entire matter that he couldn't understand. For instance, the Pope's change had been too sudden, so sudden that even Daoist Siuin and Ling Haijiju, whom he had single-handedly raised, had broken off relations with him. Why? He had once asked the Pope, and the answer he had obtained was an extremely powerful reason, but it had still completely dispelled the doubts in his mind. Could the fate of all living beings in the world really affect the choice of a saint? Even after thinking for a very long time, he still could not understand. Moreover, this matter involved his master and senior, so he had no way of communicating with Tang 36 and Luo Luo. He somewhat helplessly shook his head and stuffed the book into the deepest part of the bookshelf. He walked back to the side of the window and borrowed the starry sky to calm his mind. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. With a slight movement of his spiritual sense, it landed on the black stone pearl. The cold wind brushed against his face, and he immediately became clear-headed. He had appeared in the garden of Zhou, and he was still standing at the very top of the mausoleum. Chapter 503. He realized that compared to yesterday, today's wind seemed to have a different smell. It was a little more moist, and it also had a faint smell of mud. But this was not a bad thing. How could a canal be so clear? It was because there was a source of flowing water. The canal beneath the divine path of the Mausoleum of Books was as clear as nothing. The garden of Zhou had opened once more, and it would probably develop in a good direction. The monster horde was a little closer to the Mausoleum of Zhou. It still seemed like a dense mass, but from a distance, one could sense some changes. Arriving on the plains and seeing the tens of thousands of monsters kneeling in front of him, Qin Changxing was somewhat astonished. Yesterday he had only brought a few herbs with him, but he had not expected that the mountain-toppling fiend and the monster bull's injuries would be much better. The other monsters also seemed to be much more spirited. Today the earth monkey was not hiding in the mountain-toppling fiend's horns, but in the monster horde. It looked at him from a distance, its eyes rolling around. It was hard to tell what it was thinking, but there was no viciousness to it. Qin Changxing took out some herbs and placed them on the ground in front of him. Seeing this, the monster bull slowly nodded its head to express its gratitude, and then it straightened its tail like a flagpole. The mountain-toppling fiend stood up and howled at the vast plains behind it. The horde of demonic beasts surged like a tide, and then began to line up on their own, appearing to be extremely well-behaved and well-behaved. Even those old enemies that would normally fight to the death when they saw each other, at this moment, even though they were squeezed together, they did not dare to make any movements. Qin Changsheng was somewhat surprised. After staring blankly for a moment, he continued. In a short while, a small mountain of herbs had piled up in front of him. Seeing this small mountain of herbs, even though the monster bull and mountain-toppling fiend had seen many things with Zhou Dufu, their eyes still couldn't help but become somewhat lifeless. The earth monkey was even worse off. It roughly shoved aside the flood serpent at its side, its forelegs incessantly clawing at the ground. Like a bolt of lightning, it shot to the very front of the monster horde and then fell with a thump at Qin Changxing's feet. It fell with great care. Its forelegs were raised high while its crippled lower body lightly slapped the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. It seemed especially obedient. Last time, it had also kissed the ground at Qin Changxing's feet, but that had been an act far inferior to the sincerity of this moment. This was because it had confirmed that Qin Changxing was truly willing to help these monsters. More importantly, he actually had the ability to help these monsters. You guys divide it among yourselves. We'll follow yesterday's rules. Qin Changsheng didn't know how to deal with these monsters. After thinking for a while, he said this, and then walked towards the edge of the grassland. The herd of beasts retreated behind him like a tide, sending him off. Yesterday, he had already carefully searched through the garden of Zhou. Today, he did not repeat this process. Instead, he went directly to the lake and mountain on the other side of the cold pool. In the depths of the lake, he found the night pearl that Luo Luo had gifted him, as well as those 3,000 Taoist scriptures that he had brought from Xining Village's old temple to the capital. Finally, he dug out from the mud the chests that held the banknotes and treasures. As for the food he brought for the black dragon to eat along the way, it had long been devoured by the fish or other creatures in the lake. Returning to the shore with these things, he looked at the sky and placed the soaked books on a rock to dry. He knew that this was a very troublesome task that required a lot of time and patience, so he was not in a hurry. The soaked pages of the books were very difficult to open, let alone so many books. He constantly walked between the rocks on the shore, as if he was carrying out a very grand ceremony. The shore was about a li long and was littered with books. The water that dripped from the books gradually evaporated under the sunlight. Chen Changsheng took advantage of the time he was resting to pick out the banknotes and jewels from the chests and wipe them clean with a handkerchief. Suddenly he saw a small object. It was a dragonfly made of bamboo. It had always been very old, and because it had been soaked in the water for too long, it had long since turned white. There were even some places that were on the verge of rotting. This was evidence of his correspondence with a certain person many years ago when he was still in Xining Village. It was also a memory of his childhood. Looking at the bamboo dragonfly, Chen Changsheng fell silent for a while. Those books had not rotted, but it could not hold on. As expected, compared to the quality, time was more important. There was nothing that could stand the test of time. That engagement had already been annulled. From now on, he had nothing to do with her. When he thought of this, his mood became very relaxed, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. But for some reason, he felt like he had lost something, and his heart felt somewhat empty. The midsummer gradually faded, and the autumn air gradually deepened. Winter was also not far away. The area outside the gate of the Tradition Academy became much quieter. Very few battles occurred. The citizens of the capital that came to see the excitement gradually lost their interest. The pergola across the street was also finally torn down during the Autumn Star Festival. It was unknown whether it was because the weather had turned cold, the sun was no longer blazing, or some other reason. The courtyard of the Orthodox Academy, on the other hand, became much livelier. Every morning, at dawn, one could hear the clear sound of books being read. When it was time to eat, one could hear the sound of students banging on their rice bowls. Of course, there were even more cheers and laughter. The 100 Herb Garden, which was separated from the Tradition Academy by a wall, actually changed the most. But because very few people went in to see, it was not discovered. The countless fruit trees and herbs in the herb garden had all become bare, until one day a eunuch from the palace was ordered to come and find a herb. That herb was extremely precious. It was said that it had a miraculous effect on growing flesh. If the medicine was used appropriately and refined into a pill, it could even grow white bones. The reason why the palace was in such a hurry to find this herb was because the Princess of Ping had a pimple on her face. She was so angry that she could not even eat, especially when she heard that Su Yurong would soon return to the capital. The eunuch could not find this herb. He looked at the obviously much more desolate 100 Herb Garden, and his face paled to the extreme. He thought to himself, isn't this year's autumn wind a little too fierce? The herbs and spirit fruits of the 100 Herb Garden had obviously been taken by Qin Changsheng. In these days, he lived the same peaceful and serious life as he had for the past 16 years. He read, cultivated, practiced the sword, and then passed his 16th birthday. What was slightly different from the past years was that on the 3rd day after his birthday, he did not think of the other person who celebrated his birthday on that day. He also very seriously studied the string of stone pearls, wanting to comprehend something from the heavenly tome monoliths, but for the time being, he did not find anything. His cultivation level became more and more stable, getting closer and closer to the peak of ethereal opening. But the problem with his body did not improve. That shadow was still quietly watching him. Under his research and guidance, the problem with Luo's meridians was officially broken through. Cultivating the cultivation method of humans was no longer too difficult. Most importantly, after this problem was solved, she only needed to activate her bloodline once more. This meant that she had a high chance of breaking through the many years of the Yao race's royal family and learning the White Emperor's tyrannical cultivation method as a woman. For the Yao race, this was an extremely important matter. It was said that after the news reached the Yao race, the tribes along the 800 li of the Red River celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. Moreover, it was said that White Emperor City had sent out a diplomatic mission, bringing a large number of gifts to Orthodox Academy and Chenchangshen that normal people could not imagine. Being able to solve Luo's problem naturally meant being able to solve Xian Yuan Po's problem. After the injury to his right arm was completely healed, the Bear Tribe youth began to cultivate Heavenly Thunderbringer. His strength increased by leaps and bounds. His pair of iron fists attracted lightning and could be said to be incomparably tyrannical. Jin Yilu specially came to Orthodox Academy to take a look and was very pleased. He decided on the spot that, after returning to White Emperor City, he would ask for a generous reward for the Bear Tribe. Xian Yuan Po was moved to tears. He no longer had to feel ashamed that he could eat blue lobster every day in the human race's capital, while his fellow villagers could only hunt in the mountains. Qin Changsheng was also very happy for him, not noticing that Jin Yilu's words contained some other information. Zhixiu's injuries were also gradually improving. Unlike other patients who rested in bed and relied on time to heal their wounds, Zhixiu seemed to be lying motionless on the bed, but in reality he was constantly using his true qi to attack his injured, blocked, and broken meridians. That kind of pain was something that only he could experience. The only thing Chen Changshin could do was use his needles to help him slightly alleviate the pain. Just like he had once said, pain was the most direct and powerful method to stimulate one's vitality. On a certain night in late autumn, he didn't need anyone's help to get out of bed. Then he used the entire night to walk from upstairs to the lakeside. Afterwards, he faced the night sky full of stars and let out a cold wolf howl. Everyone in Orthodox Academy was startled awake. Qin Changsheng and Tang 36 rushed to the lakeside. Looking at the emaciated Zhixiu, they felt an indescribable emotion and couldn't say anything. Zhixiu's injuries were completely healed, and he even took advantage of the situation to open up the 17 qi openings in the body of a demon. As long as he was given enough time to feel and stabilize, his strength would definitely rise to a terrifying level. The entire capital heard this wolf howl. The alley of the Northern Military Department was as quiet as a deathly place. Zhou Tong, who seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness, raised his head and glanced in the direction of Orthodox Academy. His expression was indifferent, and he didn't care at all. Zhou Tong had recently been very busy. He was busy dealing with the matters of the imperial court, busy communicating with certain people in the south, and preparing to welcome the great upheaval next year. Yes, many people had already sensed that an undercurrent was slowly surging, causing the capital to become much quieter, but this was not a bad thing. On the contrary, it brought with it a certain kind of hope. The confluence of North and South really did seem to be on the verge of being placed on the agenda. No one understood why. Su Li was still at Mount Li. Mount Li was still in the south. Why was it that so many people were certain that neither Su Li nor Mount Li would stop this matter? The war with the demons was the most important matter for humanity and the demi-human race. There was nothing else that could compare to it. The confluence of North and South was unquestionably the most important component of this grand undertaking. Whether it was the capital, the South, or White Emperor City, they all had to make corresponding preparations for this matter. The capital and the South needed to consider the distribution of power between them. White Emperor City needed to consider a relatively simple matter: The saint couple only needed to ensure that their bloodline could continue to maintain their rule over the demi-human domain and ensure the stability of the two shores of the Red River. This was the greatest contribution they could make to the demi-human alliance. Thus, when White Emperor City's diplomatic mission arrived in the capital, bringing countless gifts and rewards to the Orthodox Academy and Qinchangshan, it also had an even more important mission: to bring back Princess Luoluo. Chapter 504. Most of the leaves on the great banyan tree had fallen off. Standing on the tree, Chen Changsheng could see the Li Palace and the mausoleum of books clearly as if they were right in front of him. I really didn't expect this. Chen Changsheng looked at Luoluo beside him. After a long silence, he said again, I really didn't expect this. When I first came to the capital, it was my mother's idea. She wanted to see if the Pope or the Divine Queen could help me solve the problem of my meridians. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to practice the martial arts of the White Emperor's family and inherit the throne. I might even have to marry someone I don't want to marry. But my mother definitely didn't expect that the Pope and the Divine Queen couldn't solve this problem. But you did. Luoluo raised her head and looked at his face with admiration. Master, you are really amazing. I just like to think about the problem of meridians since I was young. Chen Changsheng remembered that he already explained this problem last year, so he was silent. He really didn't expect Luoluo to leave. Although her departure was expected, she came to the capital to study or to cure her illness. Now that she learned how to practice the martial arts of humans, saw the possibility of inheriting the White Emperor's throne, and cured her illness, she naturally had to return to the White Emperor City. Because she was the princess of the Red River, there were billions of people waiting for her to take care of. But all of this happened too suddenly. There was no warning. When they met in the royal palace and the Li Palace, she never mentioned it. Okay, these were all excuses. Even if it was not sudden, he would still be reluctant, because he really was reluctant. The dusk was thick. The lake and trees of the Tradition Academy seemed to be burning. Luoluo walked out of the Tradition Academy and suddenly stopped. Then she turned around and lightly leaned into his arms. Chen Changsheng knew how she felt because he also felt the same. He reached out his hand and rubbed her head. In the past 2 years, they often sat side by side or held hands, or she would rest her head on his chest. Because they were familiar with each other, he did not think much of it. In his eyes, she was a little girl, like a younger sister or daughter. Master, I have been lying to you about something. Luoluo raised her head and looked at him. She blinked her eyes and said, Actually, I am not 12 years old. I am the same age as you. Chen Changsheng was stunned. He didn't know what to say. As for his hands, he didn't know where to put them. You, how could you lie to me? Mister, you're the one who's stupid. You can't see it, so you're blaming me. Luoluo stared at him with her eyes wide open. Chen Changsheng was speechless. The Orthodox Academy resounded with laughter like silver bells. Ha! Luoluo left, returning to White Emperor City to meet the challenges she had to face. Her laughter echoed for many years under the great banyan tree of the Orthodox Academy and over the surface of the lake, until a long time later, when the students of the Tradition Academy mentioned the legendary Yao Princess, the vice principal whom they had never met, they would sigh endlessly. At the same time, Tang 36 would feel endless resentment. What did he say when he was recruiting new students? Luoluo left, but more and more people entered and left the Orthodox Academy. Priests from the Department of Traditional Education came to teach. Priest Xian would come here when he had nothing to do. Mao Chiu you would occasionally go to the tea house outside of the Orthodox Academy to sit for a while. The person who visited Orthodox Academy the most was Prince Chenlu. Time can change many things, including one's view of people, because time is the only standard for testing the truth and the human heart. Through their interactions, whether it was Chen Changsheng or Xian Yuanpa, or even the cold and detached Xiao, they all felt that this young prince truly wanted to protect Orthodox Academy, and the two became more and more familiar with each other. But time couldn't change everything. For example, the stones in the toilet were always smelly and hard. Tang 36 still didn't like Prince Chen-lu. He didn't even bother to show his respect. Every time Prince Chen-lu came to the Tradition Academy as a guest, Tang 36 would mock him and then leave. Today was the same. No matter how good Prince Chen-lu's manners were, he couldn't help but show an embarrassed expression. Chun Chong-sheng felt a little embarrassed. He apologized for Tang 36 and went to find him. He wanted to ask him why he was doing this. However, when he found Tang 36 in the depths of the forest of the Orthodox Academy, he forgot to ask him about this matter. This was because this matter was ultimately not a very important matter, and what Tang 36 was doing was extremely strange. Tang 36 didn't hit the tree like Xian Yuanpa. He also didn't bury himself under the leaves to lie for 7 days and 7 nights like Jishyo. He was squatting under the tree and shoving something into the hole. Chun Chongsheng saw clearly that the thing he shoved into the hole was a sword. And it wasn't a normal sword. It was a famous sword that Tang 36 asked him for last night. "What are you doing?" he asked in surprise. Tang 36 said without turning his head, "I told you before. I'm going to hide all your swords. I'll let people find them later." Chun Chongshen couldn't believe it and asked, "Recently you've been asking me for a sword every 2 days, and I haven't seen you return it. Are you hiding them all?" Tang 36 rubbed the edge of the tree hole and made a very rough disguise. After looking at it for a while, he felt satisfied. He stood up and said to him, "What else? Do you think I'm going to sell your broken swords to buy alcohol?" Chun Chong-sheng was speechless and said, "Those are my swords. Hurry up and give them back. I only asked for 100 or so swords from you. Why are you so nervous? I didn't know you were going to hide these swords. I thought you were going to use the sword spirit to learn sword arts. So I picked the best swords for you." "So what? Look at how stingy you are. It's just a few broken swords. How much money have I given you for the past 2 years? This isn't about money. Even if you want them, you have to tell me first. If I knew you were going to waste them like this, why would I give them to you? Then it's settled. I know you won't give them to me if you know. Why would I tell you the reason first? Do you think I'm Xian Yuanpa? Stupid. I don't care. Just hurry up and find those swords." "I don't care either. Hiding swords is very tiring. I have to find them again. It's very troublesome. Plus, the toilet stinks. You hid my swords in the toilet. Pretend you didn't hear me. I'm too lazy to look for them. Then I'll go myself. Hurry up and tell me where you hid those swords. Since it's hidden, of course I can't tell you where. You have to find them yourself. If you can find them, then you're amazing. Please don't use the word ha." Luo Luo dropped a big radish. "You don't talk about this anymore. You're so stupid. You're not even worth a radish. I'm asking you about the swords. Hide and seek is very fun. Did I do something wrong? My suggestion is, even if you become the Pope in the future, don't go to White Emperor City." "Why?" "I'm worried that the White Emperor will eat you alive. Actually, although you're a bit stupid, they say stupid people have stupid luck. Otherwise, if you really married Luo Luo, it would be the same as marrying a tigress. How will you live in the future?" I know that the last part of this conversation is rather long-winded and a bit of a chatterbox, but after all this time, I really can't bear to delete it because I really like it just like Luo Luo. I also like it like everyone else, so I naturally won't just disappear like this. In the future, we'll often meet. We're not those pitiful students of the Orthodox Academy. Chapter 505. Note: Huang and Everything Red is recommended to listen to when reading this chapter. Time passed in this manner between farewells and quarreling. Although there was still no sign that Su Li and the Southerners he represented would abandon the beliefs they had upheld for countless years, everyone could see through countless details that the confluence of the North and South was inevitable. Right at this moment, a relatively insignificant matter actually overshadowed this major matter. The reason this matter was a minor matter was because it was a marriage. According to the news from the Lee Palace, in an extremely private conversation, the Pope had admitted that he had already annulled the engagement between Chen Chongqing and Su Yurong. This news was secretly spread throughout the capital and the continent, but there was no evidence. The Divine General of the East's estate and the Orthodox Academy maintained their silence, but gradually, people began to believe it. At the Ivy Festival, the Southern Diplomatic Mission had proposed marriage on behalf of Qiu Shanjun. At the time, the nameless Chen Chongqing had pushed open the door and entered. He took out a marriage contract, and then a white crane flew over from Holy Maiden Peak. From then until now, this marriage had always been the focus of the entire continent's discussion. This was because this marriage contract concerned the three most outstanding youths with the greatest prospects in the human world, as well as many other things: the Orthodoxy, Holy Maiden Peak, the Divine Empress, the Qiushan clan, and the Mount Li Sword sect. It could be said that the strongest powers of the continent were all linked together because of this marriage contract. Was it really going to end like this? If this matter was true, if Chen Chongqing had taken the initiative to ask the Pope to annul the engagement, then what would the Divine General of the East's estate, which had been ridiculed for so long, do? What sort of mood would that heavenly phoenix true daughter, who was loved or worshipped by everyone, feel when faced with such a difficult situation? Many people were furious at Chen Chongqing because of this rumor, especially those worshippers of Su Yurong. But in the end, it was only a rumor. No one could ask the Pope, so there was naturally no reason to vent their anger on the Orthodox Academy. Even if people wanted to ask Chen Chongqing if this matter was true, they would find it very difficult to find Chen Chongqing. As a result, all their emotions could only gradually simmer and ferment. Perhaps it was anger, perhaps it was ridicule, or perhaps they just wanted to watch the spectacle. Because of these various emotions, the entire continent increasingly anticipated the day that Su Yurong would return to the capital. They anticipated the battle that seemed destined to happen. Chen Chongqing truly was very difficult to meet. In the past few days, he had been in seclusion, especially after the rumor that his engagement had been annulled by the Pope began to circulate. Because of this matter, he felt a bit apologetic toward Su Yurong. Because she was a young girl, he decided to keep silent about this matter. After Su Yurong returned to the capital, he would think of a way to tell her the truth about this matter. He would let her ask the whole world to cancel the engagement, and then he would accept it. In this way, perhaps she wouldn't have to bear the strange gazes, even if those gazes were filled with pity. As for the ridicule and sympathy that would inevitably be given to one of the parties to the engagement, he would do it because he was a man. For some reason, he had never met Su Yurong before, but he was certain that she was not a person who was willing to accept sympathy from others. So when Tang 36 heard the rumor and asked him, he shook his head and said nothing. The youth who had just entered the capital did not understand matters such as engagements or relationships. Only after entering the garden of Zhou did he realize that this was actually the case. He liked a girl, but that girl died. He was liked by a girl, that girl left. He hoped that Su Yurong would be happier than him. In this period of time, he did his utmost to avoid meeting with other people, and the number of times he met with the Black Dragon increased. He would often go to the bottom of the well at New North Bridge and deliver all sorts of food to the Black Dragon, especially the large pot of rice from the Orthodox Academy's cafeteria that she specifically requested to eat. Every time the Black Dragon pretended to be gentle and quiet as she slowly ate, he would crouch under the stone wall and study the array that imprisoned the Black Dragon and that chain, but he never made any progress. On a certain night, as autumn passed and winter came, it was already 2:45, but Chen Chongqing still had not gone to sleep. He stood in front of the window, gazing at the great banyan tree whose leaves had already fallen and the frozen surface of the lake. He was thinking about a few things, and then he heard the sound of singing coming from the distant wall. Recently, he could often hear some singing at night. He shook his head. The Orthodox Academy had now become a famous attraction of the capital. Because the duel had temporarily come to an end, The number of people who came to see the excitement had greatly decreased, but the number of tourists from other counties had increased instead of decreasing. In addition, the number of students, teachers, and workers in the Orthodox Academy added up to several hundred people. With people, there would naturally be business opportunities. Merchants would never miss any opportunity. The entire street across from 100 Blossom Lane was either sold or rented, or transformed into various places. There were inns and restaurants, gradually becoming more and more lively. Every night, the business of the inns and restaurants would become very good. Some of them were famous guests, but of course, even more were students of the Orthodox Academy. No matter how strict the Academy's rules were, no matter how strict the entrance was, the students could always find various ways to overcome the gatekeepers and the walls, and then enter the inns and restaurants to do the things that young people like to do. For example, eating, drinking, listening to music, and talking about life. The teachers of the Orthodox Academy obviously wanted to control it, but they couldn't control the students. They also wanted to drive away the restaurants that brought a lot of excitement, but it was very difficult. No matter if it was the Orthodoxy Cavalry, the City Gate Department, or the Imperial Guards, none of them could do anything. Tang 36, who truly had the ability to take care of all the inns and restaurants across 100 Blossom Lane, couldn't do anything because 2 of the inns and restaurants were owned by him. Late at night, the bustling streets were still there. The singing on the other side of the wall became louder and clearer, drifting into the Orthodox Academy. Chun Chongsheng was just about to find the fur that Mou left here one night and stuff it into his ears to help him sleep, but he was suddenly attracted by the lyrics of the song. The singer should be a new student of the Orthodox Academy. His voice was very hoarse, probably still in the stage of puberty, but his voice was very loud. The lyrics of this song were very simple, not elegant, even a little vulgar, but it was filled with a unique taste of youth. When combined with the voice of the boy, it seemed especially lively. Youth is all red. You are the master. If you want rain, you get rain. If you want wind, you get wind. If you want carp leaping over the dragon gate is different. Chun Chongsheng stood in front of the window, quietly listening to this song and thinking of the people and events he had encountered in the last 2 years in the capital. He found it somewhat difficult to calm down. Countless emotions surged forth like a tide. Yes, they surged forth like a tide. In the past, he had always believed that this sort of description was an exaggeration from a romance story. Only now did he know that it was all true. He subconsciously rubbed the stone bracelet on his wrist and returned to the Garden of Zhou. In the past few days, he would often come to the Garden of Zhou and sit in the plains in a daze. Perhaps it was because he felt that interacting with those monsters was much simpler than interacting with humans. Those monsters were very obedient. Under his arrangements, they dredged the waterways and restored the plains and lakes. Coupled with the self-repair from the reopening, the Garden of Zhou had already recovered some of its former appearance. The reason why he who cherished his time so much was willing to spend so much time and energy in the Garden of Zhou was because he wanted to leave behind a few mementos. He stood at the end of the divine path of the mausoleum of Zhou, watching as the mountain-toppling fiend commanded the tens of thousands of monsters to rebuild the white grass path. The monsters were a dense mass. He felt that this scene was rather familiar, and then he remembered. Back then, he had been here with her, watching as the monsters of the plains surged forth like a tide. Thus, sorrow and longing surged forth like a tide. On the official road to the south of the capital, a convoy of several dozen carriages was majestically advancing. Several hundred cavalry from the south rode their mixed-blood flood horses, vigilantly watching their surroundings and protecting the convoy. Several dozen disciples of South Stream Temple and the representatives of the various factions of the South sat in their respective carriages. The carriage in the very center clearly had the highest status, because in front of it were 8 snow-white Pegasi. This carriage was very large, or perhaps it should be more accurate to call it an imperial carriage. Su Yurong sat in the imperial carriage, her black hair scattered over her shoulders, contrasting against her skin that was like white jade. The common people liked to describe beautiful women as picturesque, but how could her beauty be painted with brush and ink? Her eyelashes were very long, her lips very red, her facial features impeccable. Her beauty was perfect, but it did not give off any pressure, because her beauty was very tranquil, just like the tea mountain after the rain, the lake before the rain, the fog of Holy Maiden Peak, the smoke from the chimneys of a small village. She had returned to the capital this time to bring an incomparably important piece of news to the world. In the last few days, both the Great Zhou and the South were preparing for the confluence of the North and South, and the news she brought was the prerequisite, the permission for all this. And then she had to go on an appointment, an arranged battle. The entire continent, even the demon dukes in Shualao City, were waiting to see this battle. In the view of many people, compared to Demon Princess Nank, that person was her true destined foe, because he had once been her fiancé, but now, in the view of many people, he was a cold man who had annulled the engagement and humiliated her. The convoy suddenly stopped. With a few soft noises, a woman raised the curtain and sat in the carriage. She looked at Su Yorong with a complex expression and said, "Marshal nephew, we're about to reach the capital." This woman was an elder of South Stream Temple's outer sect, Hiqingba. She had already reached the middle level of star condensation. After saying this, Hiqingba suddenly thought of something. A nervous expression appeared on her face as she awkwardly said, "Qingba misspoke. Temple Master, please forgive me. Marshal, aunt does not need to be so polite." Su Yurong calmly said to her, then stood up and walked out of the carriage. With her movements, her black hair and her white robe gently swayed. The front edge of her black hair was extremely neat, as if it had been cut by the sharpest sword. As it swayed, her eyes became calmer, more powerful. Her white robe was tied with a belt studded with stars. She did not carry a sword, as she had come to the capital precisely to take a sword. The tong bao was placed in a corner of the carriage, not in her hands, as she did not want to be seen by a certain person in the capital for the time being. There was also an umbrella in the corner. Arriving on the official road, she gazed at the city, faintly discernible on the distant horizon, and slowly held her hands behind her back. The capital had no walls, nor did it have a true city gate. As a result, when she was young, she had never understood why there was a city gate guard. With her appearance, the surrounding cavalry of the South immediately dismounted and kneeled on the ground. The disciples of South Stream Temple and the envoys also began to kneel. They kneeled because they had to pay their respects. Paying respects to the Holy Maiden, Su Yorong was still looking at the capital. It had been many years since she had returned, but she was still no stranger to the capital, because her home was here. Mou, the state of Ping, many people she had known when she was young were here. The Empress was here, and that fellow was also here. Two lines suddenly appeared in the blue sky, one white and one gray, and they shot straight into the capital. Seeing this sight, she returned to her senses and realized that the crowd was paying their respects to her. It had already been a few days since that incident, but she was still rather unused to it. She did not know what words she should use to reply to these pious and respectful greetings. Suddenly, she recalled the words that she had often said on that fellow's back in the plains of the Garden of Zhou. At that time, she would not forget to say these words to that fellow every day, because they represented her most sincere wishes. Perhaps this was the most suitable reply. Thus, she looked at the crowd and said, "May the sacred light be with all of you." Book 3. The Beginning of the Storm Ends. Chapter 506. The Wind, the Rain, and the Reading of Books. For the time being, today the Orthodox Academy could only listen to the sound of books. The snowflakes that had just drifted down from the sky were too soft. It took a while for the students in the classroom to see them, eliciting a burst of exclamations of delight. The teachers from the Bureau of Ecclesiastic Education harshly berated them, suppressing the faint uproar. However, in the next moment, the whistling of the wind came from outside the window, and no classroom could maintain its calm. The young students all rushed to the windows. The wind swept up the thin snow that had just accumulated on the grass. A white crane slowly descended from the sky, dancing in the snow, a sight incomparably beautiful. So beautiful! The girls, seeing this sight, excitedly yelled. With the rise of the demi-human race, the monsters that had once wreaked havoc on the continent had long ago been forced to hide in the great swamps and barren mountains. Correspondingly, divine beasts and immortal birds had also become extremely rare. Normally, only those sects deep in the mountains could see them. The majority of the new students of the Orthodox Academy came from the provinces and counties. Compared to the experienced and knowledgeable people of the capital, they had rarely seen these legendary immortal birds. However, there were also people who had lived in the capital for a very long time. Chu Wenbin, who had transferred from the Heavenly Tao Academy, looked at the white crane and thought of something. In shock, he said, Isn't this the white crane of the Sioux estate?" At these words, his surroundings instantly fell silent. Soon after, all the classrooms fell silent. The students gazed at the white crane, no longer daring to make too much noise. This white crane was no ordinary white crane. Its appearance represented a name. To the students, that name was so holy and beautiful that it could not be profaned. At the same time, the students also knew what the white crane's return meant to the Orthodox Academy, to their principal. Just as expected, it didn't take long before a figure appeared before the students. Chun Changsheng walked onto the lawn by the lake and stood in front of the white crane. The white crane looked at him and nodded, then turned its head to the nearby library and those students by the windows. It seemed rather perplexed, as if it did not understand how in just 1 year such a great change had occurred here. Looking at the white crane, he fell silent for a while, then asked. She returned. The 2 lines headed straight for the capital, one white and one gray. The white was the white crane, while the gray was the golden-winged great pung that Su Yorong had brought out of the garden of Zhou. The reason why it was gray was because this rock hadn't matured yet. Its feathers hadn't become bright, and it didn't have the color of flowing gold. It looked gray and a little small, just like Chun Changsheng's first reaction. It now looked like a pheasant. When it entered the capital, the white crane gave a clear cry. The red falcons that were preparing to take off to intercept it naturally let it pass. However, this young pung did not follow the white crane to the Orthodox Academy. On the contrary, it seemed to have developed an interest in these same species of the imperial city. It made a sharp turn in the air, flapped its wings, and landed on the palace wall. It was said that a phoenix in distress was not as good as a pheasant. This young rock looked like a pheasant, but in the end a phoenix was a phoenix and a golden rock was a golden rock. It was impossible for it to become a pheasant. It folded its wings, raised its head, and walked toward the flock of red falcons in front of the palace wall. It looked left and right, its eyes indifferent, seeming extremely arrogant and unruly. The red falcons were the strongest attacking birds that the great Zhou army had tamed. Their speed was unimaginably fast, and they were naturally proud and valiant. No matter how powerful an enemy they encountered, they would not cower. It was said that in the war to exterminate the demons 1,000 years ago, the demon commander of that generation raised a monster in the sky. In the end, it was pecked to death by several dozen red falcons in the blue sky at the cost of its life. Yet now, when they saw this rather small fellow that looked like a pheasant on the palace wall, the feathers of the 10-odd red falcons simultaneously stood up, seeming incomparably vigilant. Even the imperial guards on the side could feel their fear. As for the red geese perching on the side of the pavilion, their reactions were even more unbearable. They were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, not even daring to stand. What sort of bird was this? The imperial guards were somewhat confused. They warily looked in that direction and subconsciously tightened their grip on the spears in their hands. At this moment, the red cloud Qilin that had been staring blankly at the distant black goat suddenly raised its head and looked up. Xue Xingchuan, who had been mentally sharpening his spear in his room, seemed to sense something and followed suit and looked up. On the palace wall, the young Peng suddenly stopped because it had sensed a killing intent. It looked down at the ground, and its gaze fell on the red cloud Qilin. It felt that it was a little troublesome. Then it noticed where the killing intent had come from. It looked the room and realized that it was a very troublesome place. If the golden Peng were an adult, it would naturally not care about the red cloud Qilin's provocation, nor would it fear Xue Xingchuan. However, it could not do so now. When it saw the black goat on the lawn of the imperial palace, the gray feathers on its neck instantly fluttered as it felt an intense unease. The world outside the Garden of Zhou was just as full of dangers as it remembered from its previous life, especially this capital of the human race. It was exactly the same as it had been in the past. It had just landed here to play. So how could it have run into so many troubles? Just before the spears of the soldiers of the Imperial Guard approached, it unfurled its wings and flew down the palace wall. In just a few moments, it had flown over the plaza in front of the palace, over several princely estates and 3 straight streets, and finally landed on a distant street. That street was currently bustling with noise and bustling with activity. Standing on the palace wall, one could faintly make out a magnificent carriage slowly advancing on the street. The soldiers saw the strange bird land on the carriage and realized that it had come from Holy Maiden Peak. They thought to themselves, no wonder it's so terrifying. An official hurried over and reported a piece of news that he had just learned. The previous Holy Maiden has abdicated? Su Yurong's successor? Hearing this news, Xue Xingchuan gazed in the direction of that distant street and thought in surprise, just what had happened to South Stream Temple. Why had there been such a huge change? To the disciples of South Stream Temple and the common people of the South, Su Yurong was the future Holy Maiden. To the common people of the capital, Su Yurong was their pride because she had grown up here. As the news that Su Yurong had officially succeeded as Holy Maiden of the South spread, the common people of the capital who had lined the streets to welcome her were shocked into silence, and then their cheers shook the heavens and the earth. Children chased after the carriage, young women waved handkerchiefs and flowers, and pious believers knelt where the carriage passed, incessantly praying and blessing. The gazes of the young men were blazing. Even if the wind was mixed with the light snow and the weather was so cold, it could not reduce the enthusiasm of the capital by even a little. And when the wind rustled the curtain of the carriage, faintly revealing the figure of the girl within, the atmosphere became even more fervent. Many people no longer cared about the reprimands of the Li Palace priests, the obstruction of the city gate department, or the vigilant gazes of the cavalry of the South. They all squeezed through the middle of the street. Although they were ultimately stopped by the cavalry, they could not stop the things in their hands. For a moment, flowers that were extremely rare to see in the middle of winter fell like rain. In just a few moments, the carriage in which Su Yurong resided had become a sea of flowers. Those washed melons and fruits were thrown into the 100-some carriages as if they were worthless. In the carriage behind, Yi Xiaolian extended her hand and took a bright, red, Holy Maiden fruit. She took a light bite and felt that it was sweet and sour, her eyes squinting in joy. Of course, just like the other senior sisters in the carriage, her joy came more from the enthusiasm of the people of the capital. When she thought about how the Holy Maiden was so beloved by the people of Zhou, it could be assumed that after the confluence of the North and South, the status of Holy Maiden Peak would not necessarily decline. It might even be better. The unease caused by the temple master's swift departure was greatly reduced. With 70% joy and 30% pride, they thought, the rumor that Zhou Yuren entered the capital was probably just like this. When Zhou Yuren entered the capital, he truly was almost killed. I remember when I was still young, I was standing on Clear Lake Restaurant with a cousin of the scholar's estate peeping. That excitement, perhaps because she saw Su Yurong and recalled her younger self, the Tianhai Divine Empress revealed a rare expression of nostalgia. However, it was only for a few moments before she returned to her usual indifferent appearance. If I don't want to be killed, I have to be a little thicker on my skin, and I also have to make my body a little stronger. In the eyes of the common people, Su Yurong had always been a quiet and indifferent fairy, and it was only in front of her holy maiden teacher and the empress that she was the most natural. She said, being thick-skinned is also not a good thing. The divine empress looked at her, a warm expression in her eyes. Tenderly she said, "What's so good about being thin-skinned? Just look at how your little face is slightly red." There was naturally a deeper meaning in these words. Whether it was being thick-skinned or having a stronger body, they were both suggestions the divine empress had given her. If she wanted to sit stably on the position of Temple Master of South Stream Temple and ultimately become the holy maiden acknowledged by all of the South, in the divine empress's view, being vicious and merciless was a necessary condition. To be thick-skinned was to be vicious. Only when one was strong enough would one have the strength to be vicious. If you want to make your body a little stronger, shouldn't we start eating? You stood on the side, currently arranging the dishes, seeing Su Yurong's somewhat dazed appearance. She knew that perhaps she did not want to respond, or perhaps she had let go of her thoughts, just like when she was young. She smiled and changed the topic. The divine empress said, "Children these days don't really like listening to us old fellows talk." Su Yurong softly replied, "The empress is not old. The empress will never be old." You shivered as she listened. "I haven't seen you in a few years, but your little mouth is still as sweet as ever. Don't talk while eating." The divine empress took up her chopsticks, placed a dish in Su Yurong's bowl, and then began to eat. There were no eunuchs or maids in the massive palace hall, only the three of them. It seemed very spacious. Especially after they began to eat, there was no more sound. The scene was rather strange. A new chapter in the book of Choosing Heaven has already begun. At this time, the leader and I have already passed through the Shanghai Pass. I know that we are very slow, just like writing a book, but this is the way to be steady. Let me report to everyone, because the stock manuscript is truly almost finished, in order to be able to continuously update it as much as possible. In the next period of time, it will become a new chapter. I hope that everyone knows. Chapter 507. After MOU prepared the dishes, she scooped herself a bowl of rice and sat across Su Yurong. The two looked at each other and smiled. If it was Chun Chong Sheng and Tang 36, they wouldn't be able to stand such a strange scene, but they were used to it. Just like many years ago, when the queen was eating, she was very serious. She didn't allow anyone to talk and could only communicate with her eyes. Su Yurong and MOU had communicated with their eyes countless times. They had a tacit understanding and could easily tell what the other was thinking. But at that time, the content of their conversation was which dish was delicious and which dish was not. The queen seemed to be in a good mood today. She had already eaten 3 times. Last night, the queen said she was going to take away the position of prime minister. It seemed like she meant it. Otherwise, why would she be so depressed today that she couldn't even drink her favorite by sea soup? But today they were talking about something else. MOU looked at her and blinked her eyes. She was asking her what she thought about Chun Chong Sheng and the engagement. Su Yurong looked down and didn't answer. She just moved the chopsticks forward a little bit. MOU noticed this detail and began to sympathize with Chun Chong Sheng. She remembered clearly that when Su Yurong was unhappy, she would subconsciously tighten her grip on the chopsticks. Then the chopsticks would move forward. One year, she saw little Su Yurong holding chopsticks like that. That afternoon, in the palace where Pingua lived, there were more than a dozen non-venomous snakes. Then, that night, Pingua's face was painted into the big flower face in the opera. The eunuchs and maids were guarding outside of the palace. They weren't surprised by the scene in the palace. Their expressions didn't change. There weren't many people who had the right to eat with the divine queen. Su Yurong was one of them. This had nothing to do with her identity as the holy maiden of the south. Since she was little, the queen would often take her into the palace and eat with her. At that time, besides Su Yurong, there was also MOU, Princess Pingua, and Prince Jinlu. Later on, When Prince Chen Lu passed the age of 16, he rarely stayed in the palace. He also had less time to eat with the empress. As for the princess of Penghua, it was said that tonight she went to the West Mountain Temple outside the city to burn incense. Everyone understood that it was because Her Highness the Princess didn't want to face Su Yurong, whom she envied for so many years, so she avoided her. After lunch, Mo stayed in the palace to deal with files. The divine queen stood up and said to Su Yurong, "Follow me." Su Yurong followed her to the highest point in the capital. Standing on the dew platform and gazing at the streets of the capital, gazing at the distant mausoleum of books, Su Yurong thought of the times when she played here as a child, and a happy smile appeared on her face. "This is the first time you've smiled today." The divine empress held her hands behind her back and stood at the edge of the dew platform, not turning her head. Su Yurong stopped smiling and walked behind her. She said, slowly, the pressure came suddenly. "I don't know how to deal with it." This was naturally referring to the successor of the Saintess of the South. The divine empress said, "The so-called holy maiden is just a statue of a god. With your ability of comprehension, what's so difficult about it?" Su Yurong knew that this was how the empress had always viewed the position of the Saintess of the South. There was no way to change it. She smiled and said nothing. "I do know where your stress comes from." The divine empress turned around and looked at her. She thought of the scene in the garden of Zhou that she had seen that night on the pond in the cold palace. She looked at her with a smile that was not a smile and said, "The word love is the most harmful. If you can avoid it, then avoid it." Su Yurong was slightly surprised. She felt that the empress seemed to have noticed something, but that matter could not be known by anyone. Not even he did he not know? The divine empress did not continue this topic. Her gaze passed over her shoulder and fell on those distant mountains to the south that were gradually covered in snow. She asked, before she left, what did she want to say to me? Su Yurong calmly replied, "Master said that he hoped that the empress would not worry too much about the affairs of the state and would spend more of her days by herself." The divine empress was somewhat displeased at these words. She said in a slightly chilly voice, "Truly foolish." This matter involved her own teacher. Although Su Yurong felt rather helpless, she was still forced to say a few words in defense. The divine empress said, back then the chief princess was too outstanding in the great western continent. In the end, she was feared and even feared by her own younger brother. In the end, that good-for-nothing would even faint from fear upon seeing her. In the end, she had no other choice. It was also because of the attitude of her parents that she became somewhat disheartened and married off to the distant White Emperor city. Now it seems that your master was just as foolish as her. Su Yurong quietly thought, if the chief princess had become the queen of the great western continent, or if she had become the empress of White Emperor city, just which life would have been happier? Other than herself, who could say for sure? It's not easy for a woman to survive in this world, and it's even more difficult for a woman to have her own position. To be like us, to be able to stand at the highest position is an even more difficult task. Putting aside that idiot Wu Qiongbai, your master's talent, comprehension, and intelligence can be said to be 1 in 10,000. I originally thought that she would be different from those other foolish women, but in the end, such a clever woman. Why can't she overcome the barrier of love? The divine empress's expression became abnormally cold. What do you mean, live? For what reason can a woman only live? Su Yurong thought of a matter before coming here and softly said, Marshal Uncle Su said that the empress would definitely say this, that even the words would be the same. The divine empress slightly arched her brows. Oh, then what did little Su say? In the present world, amongst those experts that had stepped into the divine domain, Su Li and the Holy Maiden of the South were half a generation later than the Pope and the divine empress. Moreover, because of their complicated attitudes toward Su Li, all the other saints besides the Holy Maiden would refer to him as little Su. It seemed like this was the only way to express their somewhat annoyed attitude toward Suli, because, in their view, Suli was a problem. "Martial uncle, Su wanted me to say to the Empress." Su Yurong glanced at her, then continued, "It's not easy to be alone, so why force yourself?" Hearing Su Li's message, the Divine Empress fell silent for a very long time. Then she suddenly began to laugh, a laugh brimming with magnanimity and disdain. "Empress, don't blame Master. It's already not easy for her to convince martial uncle Su to travel the 4 seas with her." Starting from the autumn of last year, both the great Zhou dynasty and the various powers of the south had begun their preparations, seemingly already certain that the confluence of the north and south was inevitable. At the time, many people did not understand. Even important figures like Xue Xingchuan, who knew that this was being carried out, could not understand. Su Li was clearly still at Mount Li. So why was it that when the saints pushed for this matter, they did not consider his stance in the slightest? It turned out that it was because the Holy Maiden of the South had convinced Su Li to distance himself from the grievances of the secular world, to no longer care about these matters. The Divine Empress had said that the Holy Maiden of the South could not overcome the barrier of love. But how could Su Li possibly overcome it? The word love was a fetter, the prerequisite for the confluence of the North and South. The Divine Empress's words were extremely unyielding and mocking, because she was somewhat sorrowful. "Your master spent her most beautiful years guarding Holy Maiden Peak, while he ate, drank, and played outside. He lived a carefree and happy life for so many years, found a demon princess as his lover, and even gave birth to a daughter. Nothing was delayed, and in the end, when he was tired of playing, he went back to find her, and then they watched the sunset together. How beautiful was that? It's said that governing a country is like playing chess. Even if it was, I still wouldn't trade pieces with my enemies, because it's not worth it." In this world, there were only 2 people of the same sex that could communicate with her as equals in the spiritual world. Just like this, one of them was gone, and it was because of a man, the reason that she could not accept. Su Yurong did not respond because she was speaking of her elder, and also because, in truth, there were times when she thought this way. She left just like that, leaving a girl like you behind. Could it be that she wasn't worried? The Divine Empress gazed at Su Yurong and slightly arched her brows. "In the end, isn't it still up to me to worry? It's true that when you're with a man, you become stupid. When you're with me, you're smarter than anyone else." Su Yurong smiled. "In any case, I was raised by the Empress. It's fine if the Empress teaches me for a few more years. It's not teaching, it's an exchange." The Divine Empress nodded at her. This was a form of courtesy. Su Yurong was very shocked, but then she quickly calmed down and seriously returned the courtesy. She was not a saint, but she was already the Holy Maiden of the South. From this moment onwards, she and the Empress had to speak as equals, even if it was only on the surface. "Since you're the Holy Maiden of the South, you must consider the Southerners more. This is your foundation, even if, in the future, you need to oppose me. Understood? Just like I said at the very beginning, men can't bear to see us high and mighty, so the generations of holy maidens before your master rarely left South Stream Temple. On the surface, they were studying the heavenly tone monoliths and forgot about the world of mortals. But in reality, they also understood that it was enough to maintain their sense of existence, but they also couldn't allow their sense of existence to be too strong. If you don't want to become a statue of God, then you can't do this. Then what should I do? Men don't like us high and mighty, so we have to be high and mighty, and we have to step on them until they can't speak. And even if they want to oppose us, they won't dare." The Divine Empress expressionlessly said. Su Yurong knew that these seemingly simple and crude words were the will of the Empress, a reminder for her future career as Holy Maiden. But it was even more of a request for the upcoming battle. She could not lose to Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng sat by the lake in the Orthodox Academy in a daze. The white crane stood by his side, also in a daze. Fine snow descended from the sky, falling upon the white crane's body, adding to its holiness. When it fell upon his body, it seemed like his hair had turned white from worry. What should I do? He worriedly asked the white crane, if there's really no way to avoid her and we have to fight her, how should we fight? The white crane slightly tilted its head and looked at him, as if saying, you should ask her about this sort of matter, not me. He thought for a very long time, and finally softly said to himself, if it really doesn't work, then I'll just lose to her. In the light snow, Su Yurong held an umbrella as she walked through the streets of the capital. There was not a single disciple of South Stream Temple at her side, nor were there any priests of the Li Palace or guards of the Imperial Palace. She walked alone. For some reason, she had not changed her appearance today. She was as beautiful as a fairy, but she did not attract anyone's gaze, much less reveal her identity. The people in the food stalls by the street, the laborers squatting on the doorsteps eating noodles, did not seem to see her under the umbrella. Perhaps it was because the umbrella in her hand was not ordinary. The umbrella seemed rather old and dusty. It was the yellow paper umbrella